Good morning, everybody. I'm so happy to be here, and I know you are all happy to be here. I see people still entering the room. I see persons in the chat saying good morning and that they're happy to be here. And so as we get things started, let me just start by saying life is a mirror. If we frown at it, it frowns back, and if we smile, it returns the greeting. So your day will go the way the corners of your mouth turns. And so I'm giving you a smile this morning. And today we're meeting for the STEM Conference Elevation 2022. And to get started, we're going to start with prayer, right? And so if you will join me for prayer, let's go, as we also try to admit some persons in, right? So as we gather today or together virtually, may we fellowship and communicate clearly. Let the messages from our speakers sow seeds that will ignite and provide fruitful conversations and actions. Today we thank the Most High for life, for blessings, for friends, and the ASTJ organization of professionals who meet and greet throughout the year, but we take this annual conference journey every year at around this time. And therefore, as we convene today's proceedings, may the 7 main objectives be attained, and may our international colleagues be likewise inspired as we thank them for their presence here. Lord, it is said, Proverbs 18 verse 15, an intelligent heart acquires knowledge, and the ear of the wise seeks knowledge. We acknowledge a high being, and so we invoke the presence on our conference today. STEM, to stimulate, to educate, and to motivate. So, dear Lord, we thank you for all the many blessings, and for those who are hastening to get into the room, we hope that there will be clarity of thought in every way. Amen. All right. So, today I am Debbie Devonish, and chair, and I am not seeing Mr. Bennett, who is to give the welcoming address. But in the meantime, let me just say that since I've started on a smile is the lighting system of the face and the heating system of the heart. All right. And today we're going to hope that the objectives of the ASTJ International STEM Conference 2022 are met. All right. And it's in our agenda. I hope you have the chat to see how many persons do have that. But is Mr. Bennett here? No. All right. I'm going to move on to, I'm going to welcome everybody here. And as we go along, I will help you to understand what we will be doing today. But in the meantime, I'm going to ask for the chairman's remarks, and then we will go back to Mr. Bennett when he arrives. Mr. Lawrence, just a change in the program so until Mr. Bennett comes.
Thank you so much, Dr. Devonish. Good morning to all our conference attendees. And I do hope that you have been having a wonderful morning thus far. I'm going to ask for you to do a quick request, just to fulfill a quick request for me. Just highlight and light up in the chat where you're joining this conference from. So we know it's an international STEM conference and we have persons from all across the world. So I invite you at this moment just to share in the chat. Where are you joining us from? Where are you? I'm seeing Trinidad and Tobago. Welcome, welcome. Yes, Bristol, UK. Welcome, welcome. Yes. I'm seeing Jamaica, Manchester, Montego Bay, Jamaica, Kingston, St. Catherine here in the Jamaica, Portland. Thank you, thank you. And I do believe we also have persons coming in from St. Kitts, from Guyana, from the US. Trust me, when we talk about an international STEM conference, no one does it like the Association of Science Teachers of Jamaica. Yes, I'm seeing you, Katie and Flemings. Welcome, welcome. It is so good to have everyone here with us. Now, science educators, science stakeholders, science practitioners, whatsoever term you use to describe yourself. One thing we must admit is that this year has been one of the most challenging years for us as science educators or science practitioners. Having transitioned from the virtual space back into the face-to-face dispensation, a lot of our science educators at this point of the academic year, as we draw close to the academic year, have expressed that, yes, it was a trying one. And so as to meet the needs of you or science stakeholders, the Association of Science Teachers of Jamaica definitely decided that it is our absolute pleasure to make sure we end the year in fine style and have our usual STEM conference. But this year, we wanted to do it with 2 days, but due to circumstances beyond our control, we decided to make it compact into 1 day, but yet still have the value added for every single person who would join us here today. And so we decided to elevate it, and we decided to have our STEM elevation. And by the end of the day, I do hope that every single one of our conference attendees will leave feeling elevated, STEM elevated. And what do we mean when we say STEM elevated? We mean stimulated, educated, and motivated. So STEM elevation is what we are bringing today as an association. We will have 3 dynamic speakers. We have Professor Moore from Mexico. We have Dr. Gordon from Jamaica. We have our master teacher extraordinaire, Mrs. Davis Williams, who will seek to lift the spirits of you, our science educators across the world, as we seek to go into and transition into a break, as we plan and prepare for another school term coming up. As an association, we continue to hold true to our mandate that we are in a professional organization of science teachers for science teachers. And we continue to plan our activities catering to every single one of our stakeholders. Activities that we had throughout the year included our professional development activities like SBA in COVID, that was also featured in the CXC, Caribbean Examination Council newsletter. We had several new teacher mentorship initiatives that were done along with the Jamaica Teaching Council, as well as other small mentorship programs within our association. And so we encourage everyone to continue to support us. We are in our 72 year as an association and as a conference at that. And we do hope that, of course, if you are not a member of our association, that before the end of today, that you seek to legitimize your membership with the association. Nobody does it better like ASTJ. We just have a small membership fee, not like some other groups, small, and the value added that is given to you as a science stakeholders is in par with every other world-class association. I've seen KFC, not KFC. Nobody does it better like us. Not even KFC does it better. So ASTJ is on top of things, our professional organization of science teachers for science teachers. We do acknowledge as well that there might be persons who will not be here for the entire duration of the day. But please note that, of course, we will invite all our participants to make sure that, of course, you get the evaluation form before you leave, because that will be used to give you your certificate of participation for the conference. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, do have for yourselves a wonderful and productive conference as we seek to be elevated, STEM elevated, stimulate, educate, and motivated. Over to you, Dr. Devonish.
Thank you for that, President. And no, I want to say that since I had started on smiles, let me continue on that and say that smiles is the longest word in the world, right? So a smile, the word smile, is the longest word in the world. And I want you to think about it. And I'm going to tell you that there's a mile between the first letter and the last letter in the word. All right. Now, coming together is the beginning. Keeping together is progress, but working together is success. And I must say that the members, everybody for ASTJ, all the science teachers, when we work together, much happens. At this time, Mr. Bennett is on, and so I'm going to ask him to give the welcoming address at this time. So Mr. Bennett, over to you.
Elevation. The theme virtual international conference. Moderator, Dr. Debbie Devonish. Executives of the Association of Science Teachers of Jamaica. Mr. Chairman of the Association and the Executive. Special guest presenters. Participants from the diaspora, Caribbean region included. Our Jamaican teachers of science, STEM educators, and professionals. I first want to thank you for your commitment to be here with us in this conference today. We recognize that it is significantly important to share in these kinds of endeavors whenever we engage in our professional development activities. This is, of course, another significant milestone in the life of the Association of Science Teachers of Jamaica, as it strives to improve the professionalism of our teachers and to build that body of professional practice for our teachers. The Association of Science Teachers of Jamaica, formed 1950, is today carrying out its mandate as was intended then. It remains relevant in building the commitment and ensuring that the community of practice is strengthened. The ASTJ continues a network, of course, of our teachers, and importantly, through our partners, I-10, one of the significant reach is that the Latin America and the Caribbean has become closer in terms of STEM, because STEM really has no boundaries. And so it is important that the association joins in the international efforts in education, in STEM education and science education. The Mission and Youth salutes the ASTJ in staging of this event, another significant strategy, and we hope for it to be a very successful endeavor. I take great pleasure in welcome all participants to this very significant STEM elevation experience. Welcome all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett, and I hope everyone is feeling welcome at this time. And now we're going to get greetings from our partners, from our friends and our colleagues in different institutions. So I call on Dr. Francine Taylor Campbell. She is from the Ministry of Education, National Chemistry Education Officer. At this time, I ask her to unmute her mic and give greetings.
Thank you, Dr. Devonish, our moderator, President Mr. Pierce Lawrence, and the team from ASTJ, all our keynote speakers, colleagues, all from Jamaica and the world. Please accept greetings from and well wishes from the Ministry of Education, and in particular, the science section of the curriculum unit. The ministry applauds the Association of Science Teachers of Jamaica in remaining a vibrant organization over the years, and more than all, we're encouraged by your continued efforts to help to build the capacity of our teachers and students. And we note with great enthusiasm your focus is here on STEM elevation. The ministry, through the National Standards Curriculum, would have seen the need for the inclusion of STEM integration as a methodology at all levels of the education system. And we see that as a means of encouraging innovation. And of course, this we know can impact productivity and economic independence. And so we encourage all our educators to incorporate STEM so that our learners can have enriched learning experiences, and more than all, to make learning relevant while building the requisite problem-solving skills. And so the MOE one enriched. Blessings to all. Back to Dr. Devonish.
Yes, thanks, Dr. Francine Taylor Campbell. And at this time, we'll take greetings from Mr. Desmond Campbell, the ASTJ North Central Region, and the National Commission on Science and Technology, for the National Commission on Science and Technology. Yes.
Permit me to borrow the words of a singer: simplicity is the way to survive. So my greeting will be just that. Chair of proceeding, our esteemed keynote speakers, fellow science educators, and invited guests, all a pleasant morning to you. The privilege is mine to both greet you and to report on the Office of Representation as the science rep on the Jamaica Teachers Association's General Council and the JTA representative on the National Commission on Science and Technology. Firstly, let me say that the initial period of representation on the latter body, that is the NCST, has ended June 30th, 2022. But the stint on the current conference year of the JTA continues until conference of August 20 to 22 of this year. However, we have great trust that our affiliation with all these bodies will continue beyond these periods. It's like a project. It has an end life, but it can be restarted. Nevertheless, the presence of the science community was maintained, and different levels and valuable insight gained and used to inform and redirect our intent for compliance and production. Through these connections, we have started negotiations with the Overseas Examination Council. And as it relates to anomalies in compensation for the marking of SBAs and IAs, that is internal assessments in the latter case. Especially in the tertiary landscape, a lot of the kinks have not been smoothed out, and so we are working on that. In fact, we are also eyeballing the possibility for consideration for science annual submissions to be viewed not singly as it occurs now, but double or maybe triple each submission. Remember, each book has 12 to 19 activities and are done throughout the entire year. In comparison, in other subject areas, one activity is done mid-year and verified for submission. However, compensation is equated. So we are looking forward to equity, not equality in this instance. So the negotiations continue. We look forward to continued representation in all spheres, which will continue to highlight the plight of science and science educators. Many blessings on our proceedings, and we thank you for gracing this conference with your presence.
Thank you so much, Mr. Campbell. And as we continue, we're going to get greetings from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Now, for ASTJ, science teachers, professional development means a lot. And therefore, we find that we make sure. Last year, we participated in I-10's project, community project. They've been having it for the last 3 years. And that is how we met Miss Juanita King. And she's from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and she and her team worked with the UTEC team. And of course, there are many of you who are listening who would have participated in similar activities with I-10. So you know that our organization encourage that community. All right, and so now we will hear greetings from Juanita King from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and for all the teachers from St. Vincent and the Grenadines who have joined us, welcome, 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 welcome.
Greetings from the islands of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. On behalf of the Ministry of Education and National Reconciliation, I wish to say thank you to the organizers of the ASTJ Conference 2022 for extending an invitation to us. We learned a lot from our last session with you, and we were always grateful for the opportunity that was extended to us. Thank you. In response, our ministry has been making great strides for science education here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. At present, we have 3 major projects which I will speak about, which we are involved in. Our Science Teachers Association, along with the Ministry of Education, will be holding the National Science and Technology Fair 2022. This is after a 3-year break. We are excited to see this program come back to life. Our ministry is also deeply involved in the OECS Pearl project, which deals with the review of the harmonized primary curriculum. This is a major event for all OECS member states. And finally, in the summer, we will be holding the Recovery of Learning program designed to support students with learning gaps and who need to develop skills to help them to function in their day-to-day life. As part of this program, the STEM element will be the Basic Survival Skills Club, which we are excited to bring to students. They will learn skills such as being able to tie knots, being able to sterilize water, being able to navigate using compasses and other navigational tools. They will learn how to communicate the basics of emergency communication using amateur radio. We're excited about this program because we see that these skills were necessary in our recent history. Thank you again to the organizers of this event for inviting us to be a part of it. We look forward to learning from you as we share our ideas with you as well. Thank you.
All right, so we want to thank our St. Vincent's who are here with us and thank Ms. Juanita King for sending her greetings. Now, as we continue, I just want to highlight that the conference 2022 has 7 objectives, and the objectives are to concretize the delivery of STEM education for enhancing the competencies of the functional 21st century citizen. We want to provide science teachers with exposure to STEM and STEM education research. We want to create an opportunity for science educators and students at different levels of the education system to collaborate, to share practices in STEM education. And so even when you listen to some of the things that have been ignited and is now going to be done by St. Vincent because of our associations, of course, then you'll realize that from as small as primary school coming right up, STEM is going to be incorporated in whatever little form or forms there may be. We want to secure deeper partnerships with corporate institutions for improving STEM education with key focus on interdisciplinary applications of all areas of STEM. We want to create pathways for impacting national scientific literacy. And this is very important. We won't understand what is happening in the pandemic. We won't understand how our actions impact the environment if it is that even the person at the very lower level and as far up in the hills does not understand a little bit of science, all right? And therefore the onus is on us to ensure that the attitudes of science persons are met so that we can improve national scientific literacy. We want to stimulate the interest and increase the knowledge of use of interactive technologies to execute an eclectic pedagogical practice and activities in STEM and STEM related areas. And finally, number 7, the 7th objective of our conference is really to motivate our science teachers and stakeholders as they strive to remain fulfilled in the vocation of being nation builders. So those are our 7 objectives, right, for the conference. And of course, later, you know, as you read along, we'll talk about the strands that we have. But I want to tell you that the secret of success and happiness lies not in doing what you like, but in liking what you do. We are science professionals, liking what we do, and in this science teaching profession, we know hard work and dedication, because industry is the mother of success. And we know that luck is a distant relative, and therefore that is why we take our professional development very seriously, and we meet and greet to ensure that we do what is necessary to learn. And therefore so I am now going to introduce you to our first expert, an expert in the educational field, science education. And so I'll give you a brief introduction to Dr. Mora. He is a physicist and a philosopher. He holds an MSc in physics from the National Polytechnic Institute. And of course, there are some Spanish words in here, so you're going to all have to forgive me. And I'm going to ask Dr. Mora to help me along. All right. And he holds a PhD in physics from, Dr. Mora, you want to help me to say this? It says Universidad Autónoma Metropolitana Iztapalapa.
More or less, more or less.
More or less, all right. And this was in 2001 from Mexico City. He is currently a professor at the Research Center in Applied Science and Advanced Technology from, you want to help me again with this one?
National Polytechnic Institute.
That one, people. And I see it is CIC, is this CICATAIPN? Is it called, it's an abbreviation?
Yes, yes.
Yes, in Mexico. And he's a co-founder of the Latin American Physics Education Network, LAPEN, in 2005. And he's a member of the Executive Committee of the International Council of Associations for Science Education, ICASE. Also, Professor Mora is the president of the Latin American Science Education Research Association, LACERA. Likewise, he's a member of the National System of Researchers Level 1 of Mexico. Expert. And we want to thank you, Dr. Mora, for being here. And we look forward to hearing what you have to say to us today. So I think you have the section on stimulate. And so you're going to help us to ignite those neurons in our brains so that we can have fruitful conversations. Over to you, Dr. Mora. And thank you for being here.
Yes, thank you very much for your invitation and for this distinction to be here. Okay, let me share my screen. Now, let me see. Can you see my presentation? It is correct?
Yes, it's there. Thank you. Yes.
Okay. I will start. I'm very happy to be here. The last contact that I have with Jamaican people was, I think, so more or less 13 years ago. Inter-American Commission of Physics Education. There was a colleague from Jamaica, Dr. Ponamba Lam. He is an Indian teacher, but he served in Jamaica for his academic life. This was my link with your country. In that time, we were trying to organize an Inter-American conference on physics education for the 2010. But unfortunately, the election in the commission was given for Ecuador. And then in the following year, Professor Ponambalam was retired. And then we lost the opportunity to collaborate and also to know your country. The problem also, the language is a big problem because in a Latin American region, unfortunately, more effective language for communication. We have problems with the English, with teachers in the university level, and then imagine for elementary level is complex. Then teachers in the teachers in all educational levels prefer speaking Spanish for different events, and they avoid the events in English. And then that's a problem. And I suppose that it is the same in Jamaica, no? You prefer the English language events, and then we have a separation. And it's a pity because We need to collaborate jointly. We are in the same region, but unfortunately, as I told you, the language is a problem. Yes. Also, I want to make some remarks. Maybe this can be trivial for some of you because I'm not sure how STEM is present in your country, because in the Latin American area, speaking from Mexico until Argentina, um, and also in the Caribbean or Central America, we have a few activities or events related with the STEM education. And what is happening in this case? Well, um, in Mexico, for example, we have the first STEM activities, but in the private schools, but not in university level. More is in the elementary levels, and also in activities with children in the kindergarten. But in the university, I maybe we have 7 years, 8 years trying to promote the STEM education. And now we have a good response by the community. And also we have um, every year different activities on STEM, but most of the teachers um, are in the are teaching, are working in a different approaches, and we are stimulating more the use of STEM. Okay, in this case, we have that the STEM education. We can think that this is a very recent approximation or maybe proposal, but we have that the foundations are very ancient. In the 80s, in the last century, Simon Paper, he was talking about, he was studying in the myth about experimentation with children, but using the language Lego logo. This was very important because STEM education in different areas are associated also with robotics. And this is also uh, directly because the topic of engineering and paper have different results, very interesting with children because he discovered that the children are so interested for programming. Yes, and then uh, he tried to make a language that was especially designed for children and for the young people. Uh, in this case, we have um, here we have a photograph about a programmable turtle uh, where when the children have the control and they can design and they can make that this a small robot can move, then they are engaged in in the robotics and the language. And also this device can make different different patterns in the paper, and also they can make different activities so interesting. In the following, I have a small video. Well, this is a very large video, but only this is um, a small. I will put a small part of this video where in the 80s the research start, and research in STEM, of course, not, and of, later officially start as a as a worldwide movement.
Let a child learn mathematics by speaking in mathematics about things that really matter to him. So at MIT, we've given computers the power to turn motors, to make sounds, to draw pictures, and we've found ways of giving children the power to control the computer. Now they'll put their little tunes together to make a bigger one.
Sometimes I get into bugs like this, and it'll, when it was doing it in his mind, the little turtle, the little triangle thing, was on an angle, so it drew the picture on an angle.
A computer-controlled turtle is made to draw and dance by programs so simple that all children invent them in the first days of the course. Thus, the child acquires a taste for math power that grows and grows as his projects become more original, more complex, and more varied.
Okay, and then as you can saw in the video, more and more complex activities were done. And this is the idea. Start to very simple activities with the students, and also help them to make more complex, and also involving new cognitive concepts to develop in their brains. No? Okay, and also the name of this tendency of this international movement was changing to SMET to STEM. No? Also in 2005 in the Virginia Tech at the US startup program. I mention this because in Latin America, we don't have postgraduate programs in STEM education. We have programs on science education, on teaching science, of physics education, for example, but specifically of STEM education, no. I don't know if in Jamaica, for the close distance to the US, you have a STEM education, especially program for master and doctorate, but I'm not sure. No? But in the US, this is possible. And imagine in the war, they are proclaiming that the new revolution for industry 5.0, and also the new educational lab model, that this is the STEM model, STEM education, and this is joined for the new movement, for the new transformation about the use of the internet for everything, and also for the use of the technologies for education and so on. Well, in the 2010, the STEM disciplines, this this is the starting, the official starting, no? That why we need to have in our countries STEM education? Well, because this is the base for the development of technology and also for science. And of course, this produce an advanced society. Also, STEM in the US, of course, it is important because they pay a lot of attention to create all the structure, the infrastructure for training teachers and also to produce specialized in masters and doctorates, and also to have research centers. But as I told you, in our part, we don't have research centers for research and STEM education. We have different research in the universities, but also the STEM education is only a branch, it's only a topic. This is only a subject that we can talk maybe in the similar way when we talk about the uh, science education of physics education, chemistry education, biology education, but we need to have the same direction, the same road, the same way to be more effective in our educational work. And also, as I told you, the different, the abysmal distance that we can have between countries, Jamaica, English and Spanish, or maybe Portuguese and Spanish. We have a very abysmal distance with the technology used in the universities and the schools in the US, or maybe in Europe, in the developed countries, and comparing with Latin America. But this is not a problem, of course, no? Yes, it is. But what about with the teachers in the real life? In our country, for example, the Ministry of Education, they not officially, but they are interested to use STEM education in all levels. Yes, uh, but the problem is that we have one proposal for government period for 6 years, and later when we have another government, start a new program, and maybe uh, uh, in the following 2 years that we need to change the government and that we have a change in the Ministry of Education. Uh, I hope that officially STEM can be included. But in this moment, these activities, um, all the events are maybe in a secondary level, not the main or primarily that we hope. Why is important this? Because the skills are developed and promoted by STEM. The critical thinking, creativity, teamwork, communication, problem solving, and concentration. Um, how we can develop these important skills? abilities in the students? Well, we have different approaches. At the final of this talk, I will mention some results that we have in a specific in a proposal that we have researched. Well, we have that STEM start with a specific methodology. Maybe some methodologies can be adapted to the model in a natural way. The inquiry-based approximation, it is one of these. No? The students approach to the concepts through steps as they were small scientists. No? They are using the same skills that former scientists use in his professional work. And then what we expect in this approach is very simple, that the students develop their competencies and also their skills related for scientific problems. Also, a capacity for a critical thinking, critical observation and description, and also that they can be making oral and writing reports, that they have the skills for making experiments, but not only for playing, also for a formal methodology for learning. And also, it is very important in this methodology that the students develop the skills to obtain information, data, and also that they have the capacity for order this information, to manage, and also to give elements to analyze, to interpret, to establish similarities, and also identify differences, and also make different analysis, and also to make hypotheses and conclusions. That's that we are trying. Not only that the teacher make a demonstration in the classroom, or maybe in the science, in the lab science, we need that the students put their hands and their mind, as we know, the Hanos Minons activities are required. And also, finally, if the students are capable to, with these results, make predictions and also make comparisons, and also propose new experiences for to make their experiments, or the solving problem a new way to work. This is very important, and then we can have success, because in this approximation we need to generate conclusions and also to have experimental methodologies can be repeated for everybody, and also to be confirmed, because we are using the scientific method, and then we can be sure that this can be useful for people in Jamaica, people in the US, people in Mexico, people in Brazil. Um, but we need to be sure, no? And also, uh, the extension of the term, of the acronym of STEM is very interesting, because we know that the science and technology and engineering, mathematics are so important, but the different humanistic and also artistic disciplines also were interesting to be included in this international movement of education. And also the arts were included. This is more attractive in Latin America. Uh, STEAM education more than STEM. Why? I don't know the answer. But in the US, I discovered that no, it's the same for the name of this event about the STEM elevation. No, but uh, we can say that in an implicit way, we are considering arts, and also that we are considering another subjects, maybe as philosophy, or maybe um, sociology, or maybe um, different activities. I don't know, related with psychology, for example. Mm, we need to recognize that this approximation, this is a proposal that it is working with different disciplines, and we are not close to consider another, no? And the humanistic side of the knowledge is very important. Then, when we have these um, these skills in the students, and when they are applying this, but for a real problems, then the scientific learning take another phase, because when maybe in my case it's similar of some of you, when I was studying in the university to become a scientist, um, the textbooks and maybe the problems most of the time were very strange, very complex, and also we can talk about uh, different situations that are not real, yes, and also ridiculous problems. But when we are faced uh, in a real problem, then we have problems. Yes, because in the school, maybe we were trying to uh, resolve problems bad imaginary or maybe idea problems. But when we are in the real life, then we don't know how to obtain a good a good response, a good solution for that problem. But what about when the students, since their primary formation for the elementary education, they start to attack real problems? Yes, this give a different overview about the scientific work, no? Well, but returning to this question, why should we do STEAM or STEM? Maybe we don't have the pressure of the government that you need to use STEM for your classes, and maybe that you need to be trained in this specific STEM program. Why? No, why we need, maybe it can be this is only like a mode, or maybe this maybe change in a few time, but the expectative is very different, no? Because if we analyze the growing tendency of the STEM movement, the growing is exponential. Then this kind of models are different, no? Maybe we make a comparison, the different tendencies of education in the last century. We can find periods of time, maybe about 15 or 20 years for a model. Later we can have another model, and later we can have another model. And the problem in our region is that we start with a model maybe for competencies, one of the last models, but when the teachers are understanding finally what is a competency education model, then the next government start with a new model. Yes, and then this is the situation in Mexico, and also in different countries that are very close to Mexico, because we are delayed with the models. Then in this case, we can have a we can be sure that with the STEM, there is a natural way to innovate the science education classes, and also that we can promote scientific careers. This is one of the concerns, because in the US and also in general in the world, the tendency with the students is the humanistic majors or careers, but not the scientific careers. And then in this problem, they were concerned not to develop a model where the scientific careers be promoted. And also we can have that the collaborative working can help to promote gender equality, and also to be more friendship one into another. And finally, to promote the economy of the countries. In this case, we have different suggestions, no, to start to put STEM in a practice, and also in the US, also the Science Foundation of Arizona, they have a proposal. This proposal follow 4 steps, and mainly is start with the exploratory model, small and small activities, more and more activities to include STEM activities, but like extracurricular activities. And later we have an introductory model, no? This use also activities on STEM or STEAM, and also when we have a model but included, when you have in your curricula specific activities of STEAM that can be developed. And also when you have a total immersion model, no? When the Ministry of Education say, yes, STEAM is part of the curricula. STEM is part, it's a fundamental part, yes. But we have this approximation, no? Extracurricular, and later start with assignments, and also to make more complex activities, and later have a partial immersion, no? Until the goal can be the total immersion. No? This should be proposed by the Ministry of Education, no? Because maybe you can find a school where the authorities can say, yes, in this school we have a STEM model, and this is the model, and we will follow the model. No? But this is the reality of Latin America. No? We have communities without internet connection, and also the government delivers different computers, maybe different technology, but there is not electricity in that communities. Well, how we can work in this case? Making an integration of different steps. And this is properly of the engineering disciplines. First of all, investigate to have a problem, later discover, make connections with different different disciplines that can help to resolve the problem, later to create a solution, to reflect, make an application, and also start again. Yes, maybe we can apply this cycle 1, 2, or 3 times, and the number of times that can be needed to improve the results. We can motivate the students using these ideas like Leonardo da Vinci, because the STEM education was not developed in the last century. We can have different engineers or physicists that were using different um, different approaches in their work to get the solutions, and also to get inventions that maybe for that time were not ready, but now this is very natural. And then we can find different advances in the 17th century up to now, but we can surprise now that a man that only only scientific isolated can get, no? But in our time, we use collaborative work. If you try to make the STEAM or STEM education only for an individual activity, it's not, it can be maybe useful for different kind of students, but not for a group, because we need to work together. The teamwork is one of the bases of this approach, when we need to develop the leadership, communications, problem solving, and also to arrive to the creativity, the critical thinking. And then there are different models also for STEM, with authors like Puente Dura, Mishra, Kohler, and different. But what we need to use, we can make a revision for what is useful for your situation. No? Maybe you can use the way to make substitution, argumentation, modification, you know, or, and also maybe you can explore another thing. In our case, I will finish my talk sharing with you the results that we have using another approach, that this is the philosophy for children. This is a program developed in the 60s by a philosopher, for the US philosopher, but initially was developed for children for elementary school. But now the program is very developed until people for 18 years. We can have different works, different philosophers meant that as a Garrett Matthews, that they had been working on studying what is happening with the children. What is the way of thinking of the children? Everybody, we were children, and indeed, the current way of thinking, or a special way of thinking, indeed, were impacted by the childrenhood, in the childrenhood, by different teachers, by different activities. But Matthew Littman in the 60s were the creator of this program. one of the problems that he discovered is that the university students were very difficult to to make a philosophical foundation of a problem, or maybe to respond a question simply, to give a response, very logical, very consistent response, and also to think critically. He discovered that that's what's very, very difficult to develop in university students. And then he turned his attention for children. And also the children's, they are proto-philosophers. They start with questions and questions and uh, very, very strange questions, but they are exploring the world. Children yearn to learn. They are happy to learn. And also the ideas of education are not new. We can read Montaigne, to Montaigne, uh, Michel de Montaigne, and we are talking of the almost 500 years ago. No? The new education was the proposal center the children place, and also that they were interested in a playing approach, and also with autonomy. And also it is very, very easy to see that maybe you are not working with children, maybe you are working with university students, or maybe with high school, I don't know. But if you are working with children, you can see that they are having fun studying science. No, maybe they don't have the problems with the mathematics, but later they will have different situations. No, but when they learn and when they teach, they are very happy. This is like a play. And then what we are trying to make, well, a promotion of the ability to think, stimulate students' reflections, and also to develop values, no, in the students, moral values, through their experience, and also to make people active, not passive, that they can make discussions, and also to create communities of inquiry. Then, naturally, this model is based in the research model. No? When we need active students, and also when we are considering uh, different cognitive concepts that they have, the skills, and also the scientific attitudes. And also the movement of philosophy for children start in the US and later in different countries like France, here with very, very active philosopher in France. Um, they develop a different approaches to use philosophy, but in different fields of problems of life, of the real life, because this is that the philosophers and scientists are interesting concerns on real problems, not to imaginary or idea problems. Oscar Bernifier, this is the philosopher that we can see in this image, working with students of the elementary school. Then they need to learn how to ask, how to be courteous, supportive, and also to listen, analyze, and also propose hypotheses and solve problems, and also defend their positions. In order to finish, I will show you a small experience that we have in a research work making in the Mexico City in a kindergarten, and this was planned to start before the pandemic time, and also all were ready to start, but we have the problem of the coronavirus, and then we need to make all the activities for virtual activities. And here you can see one of my master students that he went to be a clown with the children, because working with kindergarten children is very difficult to take to engage them, because they are maybe playing, and maybe they don't have just until this time the ability to pay attention. And also we have different activities that we done with the students. What is the methodology that we follow? Well, start with a philosophical story, a scientific and philosophical story. This is the base. Analyze concepts through this tale, no? And also we can teach them to ask. The second one, develop a different project, homemade experiments with different materials that they can find in their own house. And also in these activities, the help of the mother mainly than the father was fundamental. And also we were that they make observations, reflection, and that they make an own investigation. And we have a weekly homework STEAM project. Yes. This was very interesting, because the students were very happy to make different projects like this. Very simple for us, no? But for children, this is fabulous.
Muy bien.
This was the activity.
Bueno, pues yo creo que vamos a pregunta, algún comentario. Para que no hablen todos juntos, nada más levantan su mano y ya les damos
their
la
hands
palabra,
to us,
¿sí?
no?
Para que puedan
And
hablar.
later we can different experiments
el día de hoy, ¿sí? Porque si lo hago despacito.
But now, what we need to make for these activities, preparation. We need to train the teachers, no? The instructor was trained on philosophical works. We have different meetings, and I say, no, that's not philosophy for children. This is only to make science, or to teach an experimental scientific way of problem. No, no, no. We need to try to develop critical thinking on the students, no? To make discussions, to have a very active class, not only a demonstration, and also to make a socialization with the parents, not and also with the teachers. And also we have interesting results because 33% of children improve their ability to questions, and also the 66% improve the spontaneity, for participation, and also the another 33% could improve the research for reasons and hypotheses. And conclusions. We have problems with the virtuality, but now, well, we are in the virtual way, yes, we have a lot of problems for connectivity and also to make correct experiments, and also to repeat, and also we have a week to develop this, but it was very interesting, and the parents were very important for these activities. And also we motivate the students. We have here one of the very interesting, because I can have contact with three of these group of small students for the next year, and they are excellent students in their classes. Finally, this was included in the project of the Organization of America, and we receive funding to make different activities, and we apply different ideas for activities in Brazil mainly, and also this was very, very productive. This is that I want to share with you, and I'm very, very thankful for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mora. We heard your conversation and we're going to continue. So I know that I'm going to ask my participants to raise your hands if you have questions, and also to put it in the chat. But I just want to remind us that the conference strands talk about STEM education context and perspectives from different parts of the world. And so, Dr. Mora, we want to thank you for sharing the perspective of Mexico, Latin America. Also, the conference strands talks about social and ethical issues in STEM education, creating a holistic approach to differentiated teaching and learning, and active research as a tool to provide data-driven educational policies, and of course, professional development perspectives for STEM teaching and motivational strategies to limit demotivation and burnout in the field of education. So I can definitely highlight at least number 4 strand, which talks about the active research as a tool to provide data-driven educational practices in your presentation. And definitely we can see the STEM perspectives. As we continue, I note that you spoke about, what happens when there's a change in government and then there's change in policy that may affect the progression of projects. You gave us a little history of STEM. And for those of you who just joined us, we got STEM integration into the education system. We also heard about the STEM perspective in Mexico and the realities of STEAM for Latin America. Of course, the differences in schools and resources available to teachers and students. And of course, we can relate to that as well. So before we go into the questions, of course, I'm asking you to raise your hands if you do have any, and I'm going to ask Mr. Lawrence to assist me as well with that. But the first question for you, Dr. Mora, I saw STEM, then I saw STEAM, then I saw STREAM, but then I saw one I didn't know. That's STHEAM. You want to tell me about that one?
Oh, yes. As we have different approaches, but I mentioned that we have a very when we are talking about these models of STEM, SEM, or STEAM or STREAM, and also somebody also have proposed use religion with the acronym. This is I think that this is possible, but we need to be careful because this is a integration of different disciplines that if we respect the initial spirit is to be more inclusive and also to make a collaborative interaction of different subjects, no? But the base is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And also we can include robotics, no? And also, as I told you, arts, and also, as I told you, religion include, no, I don't know.
So Dr. Moro, STREAM, STREAM. Here in Jamaica, I know we say it's for reading. Are you saying that?
Ah, okay, yes, but
for you, it's
for
religion.
robotic.
Okay.
Yes.
And then the H in your STHEAM, the H is for what?
Sorry?
The H. I saw STHEAM. So I was asking you, what does the H stand for?
I don't understand.
All right, that was your first slide. All right, no problem. Now, as we continue, I see Elaine Williams in the chat is saying that the problems in Mexico seem to be similar to problems in Jamaica. And I saw somebody else asking, what, Dr. Morrow, could you tell us some of the things that happened during the pandemic in terms of the teachers and their challenges, but more so what is being done to alleviate some of the problems that the teachers are having because of the pandemic as it relates to science education?
Yes, of course. We were developed different workshops by Zoom mainly. We were using also activities like different symposia and also seminars, virtual seminars. And that was the activities that we done. Also in October, we make a Latin American conference on STEM education. And we invited different groups in Latin America, mainly for Spanish people. This was activities for the pandemic time. And also the attention was given in the last 2 years in a special emergency that we have for the pandemic. That was the activity that we worked on. And also we make an invitation for different academics in Latin America, and we produce a book about these proposals, and now it's in process, in the editorial process.
All right, thanks so much for that. I want to say, I saw in the chat, Teresa Martin from St. Martin, welcome. And I noticed that all the parishes are represented. So I'm just, saying welcome, welcome to everyone. After this session, we're going into a little bit of fun, but I thought to sort of help to wrap things up a little bit, Dr. Cesar Mora spoke about the language barrier, and we as science teachers know what the barriers are when it comes to teaching science in the classroom. For example, Caesar means ruler in Latin and in Spanish, but guess what it means in English? The meaning is a thick hair, a thick head of hair. Look at that. Look at the differences. And so when we're going to think about teaching and all of these things, we really need to be purposeful. So I'll say that literature states that our professional development is enacted by a community of teachers who help each other to practice, refine, and develop our craft as the educational landscape changes. So Dr. Mora told us of some of the issues that are happening in Mexico, and we can also relate to those. And I went a little further. So as we're going to see if I'll check if there are any more questions, but I thought of an acronym, and you can also think of a little jingle or acronym for this section that Dr. Mora looked at. He looked at stimulate. S is for STEM, T is for teaching, I is for inviting ideas. Of methods of teaching and learning, that's M. U is for understanding, L, the language of life. For advancing, T, techniques and thinking critically for everyone, every day. So that is stimulate. And I want to thank Dr. Mora. Are there any other questions for Dr. Mora at this time? If not, Dr. Mora, do you have any last words?
I'm very, very grateful with you for your invitation to be here, because this is very important to be in contact with another colleagues, and also to start collaborations and to share activities, to share experiences. And I would like that somebody have the initiative, that the interest, the desire to explore what is philosophy for children by his own decision. No, this is very interesting, because this is a new approximation. We have a very, very successful methodology, but only applied for humanistic things. But we can use also for scientific, no, as we can explore, and we obtain very, very interesting results. Then I invite people from Jamaica to explore, to experience about this kind of methodologies, like a philosophy for children, and to apply in your classroom and to share your results. No.
All right. I want to thank you so much. That the invitation is out, people. I hear Dr. Mora saying that he wants to have the collaboration. And Dr. Mora, I know you said that you didn't tell us how it is that you were able to meet with anybody here from Jamaica now. Was it through OAS I-10's community project? Just checking.
Yes, I am in contact with Sanfa.
Sanfa Bennett, yes.
Yes.
All right, so ASTJ members, when the call is made for us to have collaborative efforts with Dr. Mora, I do know that you will be willing and able for us to put projects together. Thank you, Dr. Mora, thank you so much. And of course, you will have you'll have the connection, so you can always reach out to us. And we're always having projects, and therefore, you know, you can always come and join us as well. All right, and we open you up to the rest of the Caribbean as well. St. Martin is here, St. Vincent and the Grenadines as well. All right, I also want to say to you that facts, when combined with ideas, constitute the greatest force in the world. Let me read that again. Facts, when combined with ideas, constitute the greatest force in the world. And therefore, the only thing in life achieved without effort is what? Can anybody answer that? The only thing in life achieved without effort is what? Come on, people, I need to start hearing you now. Nobody? Yes, Desmond Campbell. Unmute your mic and answer for me. The only thing in life achieved without effort is, Desmond, your hand up, man. So tell me what you think it is. Dr. Moore, you can answer to it. Ishmael Prawl, yes, what is it? I'm not hearing you, you're muted. You're muted, sir. Unmute.
Yes, I think actually the will to do.
All right, so the only thing in life achieved without effort is, and it's one word I'm looking for, and it starts with F, people. The only thing in life achieved without effort is?
Failure.
Yes, there we go, failure. Good, right. So when we think of the classroom, when we think of all the things that can be achieved, when we think of Dr. Mora's research and we see him looking at the philosophy of education, and he also brought us through the different aspects, then you know that if we don't, as educators, if we don't reflect, if we don't research, then we are going to own failure, right? And so, yes, so I see somebody in the chat asking me for the acronym again. So it is STIMULATE, which is STEM, teaching invites ideas, methods of teaching and learning to understand the language of life, advancing techniques of thinking critically for everyone and for every day. All right, I'm turning over to Pierce, and Pierce Lawrence can also give a prize to who answered a while ago. Who answered a while ago? Who said failure?
All right, Dr. Dev, we saw where Rosemary Wilson said it first in the chat.
First, all right.
Yes, so we have reached out to Rosemary. So Rosemary, you can just check your chat and just respond accordingly. All right, thank you.
Very well. So you can all participate now. I leave over to you, Mr. Lawrence.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Devonish. At this point, we're going to invite, as we do a quick break in our program to have some fun and trivia, we are going to invite Mrs. George Johnson at this point, as she will be engaging us in a Kahoot exercise. So prizes and surprises, everyone, so make sure you participate.
All right. Mr. Lawrence, you want to explain to them for those who don't know?
Good morning, everyone. Hopefully you can hear me. Okay, on your screen, you should be seeing a Kahoot IT game about to start. What you have to be doing at this point is to join in at www.kahootit.it, and put in the code that you are seeing. And please use your name. Well, it doesn't really matter much, but you can start populate the game at this time. We only have a few short questions, and just to let you know, along in between the regular trivia questions, there are going to be some phone credit giveaways. Okay, so please look out for those. They're not all, it's just going to be distributed throughout. You don't know when it's coming. It's just going to come on you suddenly. All right, people, so let us get some people populating the chat at this time. And as I try and I see. All right. Okay, I only see a few persons in, only 10 persons are in so far. I'm giving a few minutes for persons to populate and join in. Okay, people, we are ready to go shortly. I promise the questions are not that hard. But some of them might be a little bit challenging, but that's okay. I mean, we are teachers, we are accustomed, we are accustomed to doing certain things to our children. So I don't want to call it payback, but
Come on, people, join the game. Go to www.kahoot.it and then just enter the pin. Take your phones, go on to www.kahoot.it. We're waiting for you. Thank you, Lush. Thank you, Juice. Thank you, Alrita. Still waiting on more persons. Teresa, where are you? Teresa Maiton. Felicia from Eltham Park, not seeing you. Yes, you're on the game, Teresa. All right, she says she's here. I don't see her name.
We're up to 44 persons. We might have to cut it short soon. So person try and get in because there's a time limit, and so we are trying to see that we get out of here. It's just a few questions. We have 9 persons. We have 9 persons. 9 questions, that is. So we are going to. We're going to go through very quickly. Yes. And I'm seeing a lot more persons coming in. Can we
just get a little motivation. So this looks good, Joanna.
Yeah,
let's start when you're ready.
Yes, I'm going to start shortly. All right. I'm not even going to lock it, so people can still join while we are doing this. And some of it is just for So let's go. First question coming up. Are we ready? Here we go. First question coming up. Yeah. Counting down. Here is the first question, people. Which hormone is known to relieve pain in mammals? Sorry about that. It's supposed to be in mammals. There are 4 opportunities there. Which one? It was once thought of relieve other things in mammals, but now they found it's really about pain, relieving of pain in mammals. All right. Here, the answer is endorphins, and as you can see, most persons did get that. Sorry for those persons who didn't. Let's go. There you go. Crystalline is on top. So let's see if she's going to remain at the top. Next question coming up. What is that? What is that? What is that word? What is that word? Oh, are we familiar? Believe it or not, this is very Caribbean. This actual term is very Caribbean. Just to give a little hint. Okay, it's known in, it's a recent thing, but it's known in Guadeloupe. Yes, Guadeloupe. One of our French speaking Caribbean islands. So there you go. So here, I'll give away a hint. So therefore, okay, we're coming down. We're coming down to the any more answers coming in? Few more answers are still coming in. So okay, we have 49 answers, 50 answers coming in. Okay. Still have a few seconds left. Please don't do like the students when we were online last year and go and Google the answers. Yes. 8 seconds left. 5, 4, 3, 2. Okay, answer time. Who got it correct? Yes, the answer is actually a giant 1 centimeter long bacteria. And those of us who are biology teachers know if you're hearing about a 1 centimeter sized bacteria, you know that is very unusual. It was recently discovered in Guadeloupe in some water, not marine life, but in an aquatic situation. They have found this bacteria. There's not a lot known about it right now, but you can, in your spare time, look it up. Yes, it's a bacteria that is quite large. You can see with your naked eye, which you know is a big deal. All right, next question. Ooh, look at that. Somebody has just thrown Miss Crystalline. So let's go to the next question. Okay, physics people. Hopefully I'm not right, because I'm a biology teacher, so. All right, 2 seconds left to answer. People get to get, oh, time is up. Yes, the answer is water. Most persons. Actually, because the particles, if my memory is correct, are closer together in water than in a gaseous situation. The sounds travels easier, faster through that situation. All right, let's see if anybody has thrown K. Walford. Oh, I cannot pronounce that name, but sure. And a few persons are on. Thank you. A few persons are on the move up, so let's see if they can maintain. And look at Jay Young, who made 13 spaces up, the highest climber. Next question coming up. The name of the largest desert in the world. Desert. You know about desert? This barren land, nothing really grow on it, very few organisms grow on this. There are a few deserts all over the world. Name the largest one. Yeah. The answer actually, I know, but sorry, people, that was like a trick question-ish. The answer.
Desert answer.
I'm so sorry. I know when people think better, they think hot. I know. I'm so sorry, but hey, yeah, we'll do better next time. Next question coming up.
Let's sure.
I know. Oh, okay. Somebody moved those 17 spaces just for answering this one question, and Aro, it has taken the lead. Let's go. Next question coming up. All right. Oh, one of the following, some full credit. Oh gosh, which one is it? Which one is it? Somebody take
all those who have flow, go ahead and see if you can get the credit.
Somebody take a screenshot. You just have to pick one. It's a gamble. It's a gamble.
Enter the credit, people. This is a
one that's the one that is the. I'm giving persons who did not get it. Oh, okay. Sorry, I hope the first person who typed it in is the first person who's going to get the person who is going to be getting it. So yes, congratulations, whoever that is. You can type in the chat that I got some full credit from ASTJ. All right, next question. Next question coming up. All right, and yeah, I should not have put anything on this one. And it should not have had no change, but such is life. Let's move on to the next question. This is an actual one. Oh, chemistry physics persons might know this right off the bat. There's a temperature where it is the same in Celsius and in Fahrenheit. What temperature is that? That's a nice Google answer, but do you have enough time? You have 1 second left. Oh, time is up. Yes, the answer is minus 40 degrees. Yeah, it is. Let's see what that did to the leaderboard. Now, come on. Oh, our rope is holding strong. Holding strong. Next question. We're going quickly. So sorry, time is running out on us. We don't have time to chat too much. So how long does it take for the oh, sorry, how long does light takes to reach to the earth from the sun? How long does light take to reach to the earth from the sun? It's 8 something. I don't. Which one is the answer? You know, the sun very, very far, you know. Very far. So let's see. Answer. Yes, it takes 8 minutes. Let's go quickly. Time is run out and answer.
Yes, Daniel,
and
you have
is in a hot
overcome
streak.
bro.
and is in a hot streak here. Next question right now. Right, we don't have time to waste. You have to move on. You have to move on, people. Yes. What number of bones found in a great white shark? It's what number of bones? How much bones do we have?
Guess what?
We are smaller than a shark.
Is saying it depends on how many bones, how many people the shark has eaten.
The answer is actually 0 because actually the skeleton of the shark is actually all cartilage.
Cartilage.
Yeah. Next question, let's see who. Oh, Michelle is up there. Michelle, it's climbing. If you started early today, you would know this answer. You would know this answer. Come on, quick, know this answer. Who is the
current? I'm not at the top of the Joanna. My internet is slow. That must be it. Must be it.
Blame your carrier. Ooh, there's the answer, everybody. There is the answer. Our esteemed chairman, Mr. Pierce Lawrence. I hope lots of persons got that correct. And those who didn't, now you know. All right. Next question. Let's see if that changed the leaderboard. Michelle is still holding strong, but Jay Young is coming for her. Moving on to the next question quickly. True or false? Which is faster? This is an easy one. Quick, fast fingers. Hot water freezes faster or cold water? Well, it's cold, so it should be nearer to the freezing point, isn't it? It's cooler, it's nearer to the freezing point. I would guess. Yeah, the answer actually is hot water. Okay? If I had time, I would tell you about all how the molecules in the hot water are far apart, and because of that, it causes. I can't give a lesson right now, but that's the reason ice floats. Just a little thing. Anyway, Michelle is still holding strong. Let's move on to our next question. Next question. The last question happens to be digital credit. Digital people, it's your time. Digital people, it's your time. Digital, pick one. Pick one, people. Pick one. What is the answer?
Hope somebody will be a winner.
Oh, congratulations to one of the 12 persons who picked that number. That's what your digital credit. Say yeah, put in the chat. Yeah, I got some digital credit from ASTJ. Anyway, this was our final question. Thank you so much for participating. Let's see who's a winner so we can record and send that person, those 3 persons.
Yes, Arrow. Okay.
Arrow is third. Second is Denise.
Cabell is requesting a remark. Congratulations to Daniel.
Congratulations, everyone. And now I take my lead. Congratulations.
All right, thank you so much, Mrs. George Johnson. We're going to ask our role, I think Michelle, and I think it was Daniel. Please just make sure you send our Zoom master, that's the profile that says ACJ, the one that's coming across now. send that person their contact information in the chat as a private message, please. And then we will definitely discuss your prize following that. All right, and then if I may, Dr. Dev, at this point, we will proceed to have our item by Bijwa Johnson, and then we will go on to our next segment, or educate segment. All right.
In learning, I have the intent to the STEM, STEM education, STEM, STEM education, STEM. Sound like something that I should remember, and know. Education versatile like H2O, full of structure, strong like cellulose. So I expect to grow, knowledge overflowing, stimulating, educating, motivating you, stimulating, educating, motivating us to do the best that you can. Students and teacher hand in hand, like let me make a hypothesis, because I can predict this is the conflict with learning STEM holistically, because the facts don't stick. Sometimes them stick on it, we end up just forgetting it. And teacher move along like peristalsis, the information just overwhelming, so it's time to make the process more interesting. Same old, now gonna make the cut rotate like a gear, just try switch it up. The changes that occur instantaneous when your teacher just teach with purpose. Students need to play them part, not just sit down like a clown. Once the class start, then to talk. Ask question if you feel like your last teacher can't read mind, but they do have a heart in STEM, STEM education, STEM, STEM education, STEM, STEM education, STEM. Sound like something that I should remember, but in reality, STEM is a force just like gravity, and STEM teachers have the responsibility of shaping the future of the STEM community. Learning should excite me, energize like an electron inside the lead, stimulated like sight or the light make you see, always leaping at the opportunity. Technology makes it interactive, students become more participative, less awkward pause, more hand raising like carbon. Them I got in at everything. Games make you learn while having some fun. Creative exercises is our next option. Gaining knowledge like a reduction, now go make your brain brittle like a beryllium. Stimulating, educating, motivating us, stimulating, educating, motivating you to be the best you can be. Go the extra mile or 2 or 3, helping your students achieve and succeed. Giving what they need is how you proceed. You nurture the seed and now it's a tree indeed. Happiness is guaranteed in STEM, in STEM, in STEM, in STEM education, STEM education.
Wow. Wow. I loved it. And I loved all the scientific words that I heard and how it was put together. I see people all say that they should pull it up. So, you know, maybe later on we'll pull it up again. All right. So we're going to move.
Excellent.
Yes, very good. And for those of you not in Jamaica, the R that goes in stream, the A that goes into STEAM or stream here means the arts. And this is how we get our students to write songs and to sing. And I guess that's how we integrate the science and the technology and the math and the everything. All right, so we're moving on to motivate. So that's where we are. Educate. All right, people, so we're moving on to the section of educate. And we're going to have Judith Price Francis to introduce our speaker. But of course, you know, since we're going to do educate, I'm going to say something about education. Education should include knowledge of what to do with it. All right, so I'm going to leave you with that. Education should include knowledge of what to do with it. All right, and so over to Judith.
Thank you very much, Dr. Devonish. I am still bouncing. Thank you so much, Young Johnson. Good job. Now, please allow me to stand on the protocols that have already been established. Good morning, everyone. It is my absolute pleasure to introduce the keynote speaker of the moment, none other than Dr. Andre Gordon. He is the chairman and the Chief Executive Officer of Technological Solutions Limited, a company which provides technical services to the manufacturing, distributing, food service, hospitality, and export sector. A former Deputy General in Technical Services for Grace Kennedy and Company Limited. Dr. Gordon has led the development of over 85 commercially successful new products in Jamaica, Caribbean, North America, Europe, and Africa. A Canadian Commonwealth Scholar, Dr. Gordon is the recipient of several awards and honors, including the Scientific Research Council Young Scientist Award. He received the Pelican Award for contribution to science and technology and was inducted into the Arden High School Alumni Hall of Fame. Dr. Gordon was recognized by the Jamaica Manufacturers and Exporters Association. He was given their Lifetime Achievement Award as a pioneer of exporter. He has served on several national boards and committees, former deputy chairman of the Rural Agriculture Development Authority, RADA, a former director of Spurtree Spice Jampo, the National Council on Education, the University Council of Jamaica, and the College of Agriculture, Science, and Education, among others. He is the founding director of Jamaica Agro-Processor Association, founding chairman of the Competitiveness Company, the Scientific Research Council, and the International Center of Excellence in Nuclear Science, ICENS, the founding chairman of the Cannabis Licensing Authority in Jamaica. He has been the keynote speaker on matters of marketing, access, export, food safety, quality, and competitiveness. He is the author of 55 scientific publications and 4 books and books for the export of fruits and vegetables, food safety and quality system in developing countries, case studies of effective implementations, and the most recent one, food safety and quality system in developing countries. Ladies and gentlemen, I have no doubt at this time that the presenter, he is an exemplifier, a man of experience. I crave for him your undivided attention. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I now present to you, Dr. Gordon. Over to you, Dr. Gordon.
Good morning, everybody. I just want to make sure you're hearing me and seeing the screen that I've shared. Can somebody indicate?
Yes, creating a scientific competition.
Yes, all right, great. I have been listening to your conference and I'm absolutely thrilled to have been invited to share some thoughts with you. It has been a joy for me to listen even to the session just now and to listen to the first keynote presenter and to look at the theme of your conference, you know, which is elevate, stimulate, educate, and motivate. What I want to do this morning is share some information with you on what we at TSL do and how this feeds into what it is the science teachers of Jamaica and of the region are trying to accomplish. So I'm going to give you a short introduction to our company and what we do, because we are 100% science-based. And then I will give you some practical examples of how the application of science has transformed, not just companies, but also our country and others. And I want to close by sharing with you information on a program that was piloted in Jamaica in the late 90s into the 2000s. And I'm sharing it with you because I'm pretty sure most of you have never heard of it. And it sought to do exactly what you're trying to do now. Precursor of GSAT, precursor of PEP. So that is what I want to share with you today. I will try to make sure I leave enough time for questions. So it's two sets of things, practical examples on how we can use science to develop our country and also drive the love for science in the students that we're training, and also an example of a program that was tried and that could help. All right, so I am sharing screen. Let me just make sure that I'm able to, okay. Let me,
Martin,
yes, ma'am.
go ahead and put it on slideshow for us.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm trying to, let me go slideshow. All right.
There we go. Thank you.
Yes, good. I didn't want to do it before we started. So our company, Technological Solutions Limited, has a couple of driving principles. And one major theme that runs through what we do is science, improving lives through health and enterprise. I'll just tell you a little bit about the company to contextualize our discussions. So who is TSL? Well, TSL is a 25-year-old company who are the leaders in the application of science to the productive sector in the Caribbean and beyond. You know, we pioneered food safety and quality systems in the region. We have a laboratory that's accredited to the highest international standards by the American Association for Laboratory Accreditation. And we have worked throughout the Caribbean region in the transformation of small and medium-sized companies and exporters, multiple countries. We have team members that are based in Trinidad and Tobago, Jamaica, Suriname, Canada, and Barbados. And we serve specifically, at least one part of our business serves companies in manufacturing, import, distribution, food service, hospitality, agricultural sector, health sector, and other sectors. In fact, the person who called me about this, Mrs. Williams, Elaine, I met while I was working with Grace Kennedy in the manufacturing sector. And I know there are other colleagues of mine who are probably listening in as well. So we have two main areas of business. The first focuses on food and industry, and the other focuses on health and wellness. I won't go into too much of the details. If you wish, you can ask questions, but just to give you an idea is we cover agriculture, as is shown here, a whole wide range of different industries, and our work impacts the lives of thousands of people around the Caribbean, right? And so these are just a few examples. These are meat and seafood industry sectors. We have customers and have worked in many countries across the entire Caribbean region, in Europe, and in Western and Southern Africa as well. TSL's vision is to be a major enabler of improving the well-being of peoples of emerging economies through the application of science to health and enterprise. So that is what we aim to do, and we are driven by a mission that embodies a sense of purpose bigger than ourselves. And so we've always been involved in things that will help to improve the country and improve the region in which we live, and ultimately improve the lot of people in the developing worlds. Our essence is science transforming lives. And when we come to speak about the education program in which we've been involved, you will see what we're talking about. And so just so that you understand, we do hardcore science, as is shown here, molecular biology type work, as well as a range of other things. I'm a microbiologist, biochemist, food scientist, and food chemist by training. So, and then my colleagues cover a range of other areas as well. So we not only do the science, we apply the science. We regard ourselves as science-based, customer-focused, and driven by excellence. And as a company, we seek to do well while doing good through science and technology. So that's just a quick snapshot of who we are. Over the years, we have made numerous contributions, which resulted in some of the awards you heard about, to a range of sectors. In Jamaica, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Barbados, St. Lucia, Grenada, right across the region. We have been involved in developing some of the food products that you eat on a daily basis and wouldn't know. So for example, we work with the food service sector with Island Grill Mothers when they were transforming their menus many years ago. We have products that are signature products that we have developed and worked with for multiple companies. These are just a snapshot of some of those products, over 85 products that are commercially viable. And through the industries that we've worked on, transformed and opened markets for, we have contributed, working with others, hundreds of millions of US dollars to the Jamaican economy over the last 20, 22 years, and to other economies as well. I just want you to get a feel before I go into the substance. We work with really hardcore scientific technology. And this is just a range of some of the technologies we have developed and applied in Jamaica to a range of problem solving, new products, and systems implementation. And at this point in time, we continue to do a lot of the work we spoke about, but we also expanded the work we do in health and wellness. We were the first private sector entity to develop and deploy capabilities for real-time PCR testing for the COVID-19 virus SARS-CoV-2 in Jamaica. If you remember, the pandemic hit in March, and by July 2020, we had brought into force non-invasive technology for testing using polymerase chain reaction, which is the most accurate method in Jamaica. And our laboratories, the laboratories that we use to do these tests, are in finalizing another type of accreditation specifically for laboratories. Because we think that it is important that people have access to knowledge, and because we have been unable to find in our 25 years of existence good material in many cases for developing countries like ours, we think we have made it a duty to document and share our knowledge with the developing world. And so, as you've heard, we've done four books as well as many publications. One focusing on export of fruits and vegetables, and then a series that looks at how developing countries can get their products into mainstream markets. And the examples, this is the most recent one that was mentioned. It came out in the middle of the pandemic in 2020. So it is from the information that we've captured and shared that I want to give you some practical examples of applying science for improved market access and for global competitiveness. Because although I'm talking mainly to teachers, you realize that unless Jamaica and the region is able to earn its way, earn our way in the world, then it is unlikely that Vision 2030 or any other such lofty vision that we may have will ever be realized, because we need to be able to ensure that we have the resources to do what is needed. So I'm going to share with you just a couple of examples of some of the things. So we were involved in the transformation of the ackee industry in Jamaica. So when we started, this is how ackees were being ripened. Most of you probably have ackees, maybe you buy it in the can, you don't know how it comes to be, or you take it directly from trees or you buy it from somebody else. Well, commercially, akis are ripened. They're not necessarily allowed to ripen on the tree. They're put on racks, originally in the sun as shown here, and these are wooden and wire racks. We had to transform this to modern ripening in greenhouses to have akis acceptable by the FDA. Akis had been banned for 27 years when we started this process, and this had led to a stifling of the agro-industrial sector. Transformation involved changing how the product was handled, how people were dressed, and it involved putting a lot of science behind the production, changing from a lot of other ways of handling to modern food safe handling. And we did quite a bit of research, a lot of which has been published, identifying the toxin and being able to show that the toxin in akis, hypoglycine, is actually safe in the way that Jamaicans traditionally handle the product, right? Having put all of this together, we're able to have the Food and Drug Administration from the FDA visit Jamaica in 1999, and we got the first approvals for export from Jamaica in July 2000, July 1 actually. And the process that we used then formed the basis for current and future interventions and inspections by the FDA and helped to catalyze their current regulations. Some of the persons involved are now the top experts in the FDA, and they constantly refer to this experience as one that helped to drive them. The approach allowed the agro-industrial sector in Jamaica to be re-energized and has allowed for the development of jerk, as you see, and a lot of other products because the sector was struggling at the time. And this is the team, myself, my colleague Veronica Morgan, and Yvette Perez from the USDA, and 2 inspectors from the FDA that worked collectively over several years on this project. That is one example of how we applied science. In another example, we addressed a challenge that had been identified in South Africa, which is the existence of a bacteria, an organism that people were not aware of. And what that organism does, it causes beverages to spoil. These are just some of the companies that we've worked with. So in 2004, a colleague of Odette Knight and myself did a study to look at spoiled food-based beverages. And we reported the finding of alicyclobacillus, which is a bacteria in the beverages. This remains the only report of what is called thermophilic acidophilic bacteria, alicyclobacillus, in the Caribbean, which we published as well. Not to get into the details, but this particular organism cannot be killed by the typical heat process that juices go through. And so we had to, and this just shows you some of the processing, we had to develop an approach that while not being able to kill the organism, would immobilize it. Organisms such as these have led to severe financial destruction of companies whose products spoil because people get an objectionable taste when they have the product and they'll never buy it again. So this case study reported one of the first successful approaches to addressing this organism in a commercial setting with industrially relevant approaches in a developing country context. There have been a lot of improvements since then, but this was the first case study that addressed this problem. And this is just one of the brands that would have benefited from that. The last example I want to share with you before going into discussing some matters to do with teaching of science is work we've done on coconut water. You may not be aware, but not too long ago, coconut water was not easily available in retail because it would spoil. So working with the UN Food and Agricultural Organization, we came up with a series of solutions that have been applied across the Caribbean region, but particularly in Jamaica, that has led to the availability of coconut water as you now have it. The industrial practices when we started were less than acceptable, where the nuts were handled in a manner that did not lead to sanitary production of the product. So some of the changes that we instituted included how the nuts were handled. At the time, in many cases, as you can see, the nuts are on the floor and they were being filtered with cheesecloth, and this is an example. We had, again, as with Aki's, a lot of changes. I won't take the time to show you all because it would take up too much time, but similar to the Aki approach, we were able to change practices, and now you're able to have coconut water available. We did this through a series of studies that allowed us to generate information, hard scientific data that told us what the problems were and how we could address them. And this slide just shows how we were able to identify which characteristics, pH, for example, and free fatty acids, which were some of the key characteristics that once controlled would lead to the stability of the product, right? And what that has done is transform the coconut water industry as to what you see today. And some of this work was, I think, captured in this particular volume. So I just wanted to give you a practical, some practical feel for what we've done. But really what I wanted to share with you more than anything else is that none of what we have done is extraordinary. I believe that any properly trained person with the right approach can have the same kind of impact. And that is what we would love to see. So let me share with you that in addition to being a scientist, I've also been a teacher. I've taught high school. I've taught at the university level, University of Technology, UWI, and the University of Guelph. But more than that, I was involved in education for a very long time on the National Council on Education. I was chair of the Policy and Planning Committee from 1996 to 2000, I think. And during that period, we looked at a lot of ways to try to transform Jamaica's future trajectory by how education in general was being handled, and of course, being a scientist, particularly what we could do with science and technology. So I was searching for an approach that would have every single graduate of our education system, from basic school through to tertiary, have a comfort with science. And in this search, I came across a colleague, Professor John Frey, who I'll talk about, who was at University of Massachusetts at the time in the US, in Massachusetts, in the US. And out of this discussion, and through my chairmanship of policy and planning, we adopted what was called the Thought Program, which was aimed at transforming Jamaica through education, science, and technology. Now, the focus of this program, amongst the overall objectives, this program focused on building sustainable science skills, critical thinking, and positive social skills in teachers and their students as lifelong learners. We also sought to develop manipulative, cooperative, and goal-oriented learning at all levels and work towards tangible outputs, products, and solutions to problems from high school, primary school students, particularly primary school students, through the programs, through new learning and discovery that would be initiated in schools, not in universities. And we did quite a bit of this. I'll share a little bit of it. The primary goal of the program was to sustainably transform Jamaica's ability to compete in the world of the future through the teaching and application of science and technology. Who were the collaborators? Well, as I indicated, Professor John Frey from UMass, and myself, the National Council on Education, and the Goddard School of Science and Technology were the initial collaborators. Goddard School of Science and Technology is based as well in Massachusetts. So I'm giving you the outcomes, and then we can have a discussion. So the program started in 1994, and I convinced the NCE to adopt it in 96 when I took chair of the Policy and Planning Committee. It was initially in 4 schools, 4 primary schools, and in-school implementation started in 1995. The conceptualizer and leader was Professor John Frey, who was an MIT graduate, physiology professor at UMass Medical School, a director of the National Science Foundation in Washington, and somebody used to handling millions and millions of US dollars. All of this program, by the way, was done on a voluntary basis, completely voluntary. Our central hypothesis was to focus on the training of teachers, because teachers who themselves have had hands-on learning experiences in leading-edge scientific research activities within a team quickly become lifelong learners and are better able to communicate the communal awareness of the teams. This was the central hypothesis. Also, that teachers are better able to communicate the excitement of science to their students by recreating similar teams in their classrooms. Because these teams will provide aggregate skills, which is really important, collective experience, and allow people to communicate better their overall program. These are the teachers. This is not a theoretical thing. These are the teachers who were involved from Yuatan Primary, St. Peter Claver, initially St. Anne Primary, Southborough, Polyground Primary, and I'm not seeing because I can't see the final school on this, right? But just to share some statistics with you. Before the thought program was implemented in these schools, and this was all done on a voluntary basis, and there were many of these schools that had never had a student pass common entrance. Common entrance was in vogue at the time. On average, most of these schools had 25 to 42% average passes on common entrance. After implementation of the program, and these schools implemented the program with a cohort of teachers over a period of 5 to 6 years. So the same teachers were involved in this intensive program for 5 to 6 years. After the in 2001, and I'll show you the data, the average scores on what was now GSAT at the time had moved to between 80 to 90%. These are the results of implementation of the program. So, and I give you the names of these students. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to follow up to see where they were. These are the results for Yuatan Primary. That was not a stellar school at the time. In fact, and Polyground Primary had never had a single student pass. But in still, at the end of the program, Yuatan Primary was one of the top schools in Jamaica. And these are the grades in math, science, social studies, language arts, comtas. And these are the overall, and then the overall averages. In the final year, when the first cohort did GSAT, Yuatan Primary, I think, ended up with 3 or 4 scholarship recipients. And they have continued, the last time I checked, as has Polyground Primary. I think many of you know about St. Peter Claver and Southborough. Don't know if any teachers from those schools are on here. But this program kick-started the transformation of those schools and how science teaching was practiced in those schools. But for the program to work, it had to be holistic. It had to cover the entire education spectrum. So we started with training in the teachers' colleges. At Michael, initially, and then Professor Frey managed to convince UTEC to have him become a part of the program there. And again, the objective was the same as I mentioned before, but the objective was that the teachers, we would focus on training student teachers who through their experience, through becoming lifelong learners, would be better able to communicate, the awareness and the inherent positive values of working in teams, which is a major challenge today, continues to be a major challenge in Jamaica. And then we also focus, and this was critical, on training in-service teachers. So not just new teachers, but teachers who were already in the classroom, who would have had intensive hands-on learning experience, again, working in a team setting as lifelong learners, so that they were able to transform performance in those schools. So not only would new teachers be coming out with the pedagogy and the background and understanding how to work, but we would have a continuum, because we would have teachers already in the system in certain schools. And out of this, we would get master teachers. These master teachers would then work across the education system, and our objective would be to have similar teams in classrooms, regardless of circumstances, with in-service and new teachers, communicating the excitement of science and development of critical thinking skills in their students across the nation within 10 years. That was the objective. The program was run by scientists and trainers of the highest international caliber, led by Jamaicans with international collaborators. And the focus was on training a development team and lead teachers who were already available. So amongst the specific objectives, and there were several, was the transformation of teacher competence in science and technology, to have a totally scientific and technology literate graduates of primary schools initially, and then all schools. In addition to that, the work we were doing wasn't going to be just pie in the sky. The intention was to provide commercially viable, marketable, science-based products and outputs. And these would be working with the schools and the technology part. And there were several other outputs as well. This was shared with the National Council on National Commission on Science and Technology, who endorsed the program as well. The projected time frame was to transform teacher competence in 5 years, to have S&T literate graduates by 7 years ago, 2015, and to have marketable products at the end of year 2, and then other products by the end of year 4. The team, and I'm coming towards the end because I started by sharing the results with you. These were the persons: myself, John Frey, Gregory Simpson, John Thompson, who created out of the technologies we use now on our cell phones and otherwise. Professor Davis was institutional support. These are some of the firms that had committed to and were funding this program so that it cost Jamaica nothing, right? The Ministry of Commerce, Science and Technology was supporting the program at the time. And then there were persons who were committed to investing in Jamaica. Ken Goscott, who was the consular at large in Massachusetts, John Thompson, pioneer software developer, John Strauss from Harvey Mudd College, Luther Williams, and then we had our own specialists who were interested in expanding their biotechnology, working in schools with students and teachers. In the final analysis, colleagues, our objective was to ensure that every Jamaican child at all levels of the education system would not just be comfortable with things scientific and technological. And by technological, I'm not talking about computers. People think technology is computers and cell phones and IT. It's not. They are only enabling tools. Technology is largely knowledge-based. And so we wanted to ensure that boys and girls, just like these, would be able to create amazing futures for themselves and this country through a well thought out, cutting edge program of science education. And we were able to demonstrate through the results in 6 years that it worked well. Unfortunately, it was never taken up. Also, unfortunately, Professor Frey passed away in 2007. Having retired early, gave up everything he had to come here to make this happen, like so many other Jamaicans. I share this with you because as you look at STEM, and as you look at exciting, as you look at motivating, as you look at transforming, it is important to understand that there are approaches that have worked and maybe consider whether or not these may also be helpful in 2022. The program is based on teamwork. Teamwork is everything. Jamaicans don't cooperate, don't collaborate. We have to if we're going to be successful in the world of the future. And I close by sharing that our options are only limited by our vision. Thank you all, ladies and gentlemen. It has been my pleasure.
Thank you, Dr. Andre Gordon. Thank you so much for that. I am happy to see the application, and also when you say that at the crux of technology or the use of technology is knowledge, and it goes on to let us understand and to also fortify that thought that the very foundation is basic science education. And that's what we need to do as teachers, to ensure that the basic principles and understanding and love for science is nurtured from very early so that we can move on to the application part of it. All right, we're going to move into the answers and questions for Dr. Gordon. But Dr. Gordon, I don't know, I think I missed it. Could you just tell me what it means? What is THOHT again?
Yes, I'm sorry, you didn't miss it. I didn't say it because I didn't want, Thought was the Egyptian god of science, learning, and education, mathematics. Thought is credited, or the persons around thought are credited with being the forebears of everything we have, including writing. And the importance of the program is we did not separate literacy, numeracy from science. So people learn numeracy through science. They learn literacy through science. So for an artist, a sports person, a musician, science would just be a part of their life. It wouldn't be something that they would have to be scared of or feel like they were inadequate about. Hence, using thought and his principles as a driver for this program.
All right, there was one question. We noticed that you talked about the publications, and so someone was asking, how do we get access to reading some of your work?
They're all, except the first book is available freely to anybody who wants it. It was
online?
Done for, no, but I do have a soft copy version that I can send to whomever wants it. I know Mr. Bennett has my contact.
And ASTJ, yes, the exec body, yes.
And ASTJ, of course, that's correct. ASTJ does, because you are on email. So anybody who's interested in the first book, I can just, if they make a request, my assistant will just collate it and we'll send it. The others are, unfortunately, I don't own the copyright. They're owned by Academic Press. They're available on Amazon, but we do have copies of some of those here at TSL as well. So you can go to Amazon and look for them. They're all available there. They were published internationally, weren't really published domestically.
Any journals?
Oh, almost all the work that we've done is published in scientific journals, and we've collated a lot of it for this series of books.
All right, so those of us at the higher institution levels, we can have access to EBSCO and all the other search engines in order to find Dr. Andre Gordon's work. And of course, we will be hearing from him some more. Dr. Gordon, in the chat, somebody's asking if some of the work that you did with your primary schools and the results, were they, did you pass on the information to the Ministry of Education? And why wasn't it rolled out in other primary schools?
Yes.
Why allow it to die?
Why? Who allowed it?
I don't know
die?
if it's a rhetorical question, no, you know, but I'm feeding it in there so that you can answer.
We started this program in 1994, and we worked across, if I remember correctly, 2 or 3 ministers of education. The information was shared, the results were shared, the methodology was shared. The workshops that were held, there were several education officers who were involved. Many of the principals of the schools were integrally involved. And that's one of the reasons why I showed the list of the names of teachers. I suspect many of them are, I don't know, principals if they're still in Jamaica, or maybe they've migrated. You know what happens with teachers in Jamaica. Can't blame them, because we don't recognize them and we don't pay them enough. We don't make our teachers feel that they're as important as they are. But a lot of the information was shared. The University of Technology became involved. A lot of information was there. I wouldn't be surprised if the information is not available, because that's unfortunately how we handle information in Jamaica. And that's why I've kept as much of it as I can. I indicated Professor Frey and passed on. He tried to collate and hand the information over to UTech and the Ministry of Education. I have no idea where it is. Having been involved with the NCE, there were several other programs. There was a program called Change From Within being done at the time. Not sure what happened to that. And coincidentally, it was intended to prevent the epidemic of crime that we have today. Program was done with very successful results. It was never implemented. So maybe the same thing happened to this one as well.
All right, Dr. Andre Gordon, in the chat, there are many, there are appreciation for your presentation. They're happy about it, and a lot of them asking for a copy of your book. And somebody says, we are coming out of a pandemic, so physical interaction has been minimized. How best can we translate the successes of TSL to help bridge the gap that exists now between science students? I can't see everything here.
Yes,
but that's it.
Let me carefully calibrate how I say this. I hear
also, Dr. Gordon, before I even break you, TSL. Yes. Somebody's asking, what is TSL? So.
TSL is Technological Solutions Limited. However, because the name is as it is, we just abbreviated to TSL. So, and I see Elaine is sharing with everybody the name. Thank you, Elaine. So we're science-based, and that's what we do. We've done a lot of work. Time wouldn't allow it on the pandemic. So let me say this carefully. The pandemic is not over, and it's not going to be over in 2022. If people do any research, they will realize that the last such pandemic lasted for 4 years. I know we don't want to hear this, but unfortunately, it's because of this that we offered we gave science scholarships to 4 schools: Herbert Morrison, Arden, Titchfield, and Manchester High. And we've been working with them to help them manage the pandemic, being able to have students back in school and operating face-to-face in a safe manner. There are many countries around the world that do this. Jamaica happens not to be one of them. Many of our other client countries in the Caribbean never shut down during the pandemic. St. Vincent never shut down. They had full contact school, and still continue. We suggested that maybe we'd want to look and see what they're doing. But the truth of the matter is that if you are able to have an idea as to whether a teacher, ancillary team member, or student may be COVID-19 positive, then you can take appropriate actions to manage that case such that everybody else can continue learning. And that really is what we hope will be the approach going forward. Thing to bear in mind is that right now in China, up to 90% of the cases that they're getting are asymptomatic, which means checking temperatures and looking for symptoms is not the best way, unfortunately. We're working on a program that you may have heard about, and which we'll refine hopefully before the start of school, and we will see how best we can work with schools in that regard when the time comes.
All right, thank you so much. They continue to say wonderful presentation, so I'm making sure that you hear that. Janelle Young has her hand up, so I'm gonna allow her to ask her question. Janelle?
Okay, good morning. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, I can.
Yes.
All right, morning. Very good presentation, sir. You commented just now about the fact that the program was successful, but going through the channels of directly through the ministry, which is I think unfortunately governed by political means over different years. So you have different persons who are in charge as the years go by. I thought of just now, I'm wondering, perhaps you could approach the different entities such as the Jamaica Teaching Association and JTC. Those seem to be neutral bodies that could, through their different means, facilitate programs like these.
Thank you for that suggestion. It's an excellent suggestion. What I can say is this. During the period that the program was active, which would have been about up to 2007, if memory serves me correctly, we were seeking to institutionalize it in teacher training colleges, in addition to having an in-service component. And we successfully created master teachers who were willing and able to host workshops for multiple other teachers. The ones we had were fully sponsored. Remember, Goddard Science of School and Technology sponsored one such. So the objective was to take the burden private sector involved. What we needed was for the formal system to be willing to try something different. And I think the challenge was that perhaps the formal system was not ready. I am not sure if, and you all would know better, I know Mr. Bennett and others from the ministry are here. I'm not sure if the modalities of operation today would allow for greater success than it did at the time.
Thank you, Dr. Gordon. I welcome you to look at the chat to see what persons are saying. One person was asking about the cocoa board, if you do any work with them, and is it cocoa or coffee? Cocoa or coffee industry.
Yes, we
Yes,
work
and
with
you're
all
saying
of
yes.
them.
Yes.
We work with the cocoa industry here in Jamaica, in Grenada, Trinidad, multiple places, and coffee industry here, specific companies within that sector. I don't think there is a food item that we have not worked with that I'm aware of, because we cover all categories.
Yes. So Dr. Andre Gordon, I want to thank you from the bottom of our hearts that you were able to come and present and to share with us your work. And now I'm going to let us move on to the next section. So people,
before you move on, Dr. Devonish,
mm-hmm.
Yes, may I just respond, Dr. Gordon?
Yeah.
I would suggest, I'm speaking from the ministry curriculum unit, I would suggest that you re-engage with Mr. Sadfer Bennett, who is currently now the acting head of the curriculum unit,
yes,
and see how the program that you described could be, you know, resuscitated, if that's a word. All right. So over the years, as personnel change, I mean, persons coming in may not be aware of that particular program. So I would suggest re-engaging the curriculum unit and by extension, the ministry.
So
Thank
true.
Thank you so much. I happen to have had the pleasure of meeting Mr. Bennett, so I'd be quite thrilled to have a discussion with him. I'll organize it otherwise. Thank you.
So true, because I'm at UTech and this is somewhat news to me. You know?
Yes. Not surprised.
All right. Yes. So, you know, we need to bridge the gap and ensure that there's no misunderstanding and that we are all on the same page and communicate well. All right, moving on. Elaine Williams is ready for us. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. We have indeed been stimulated, and now we have been educated. However, we need to be motivated. And so we are going to introduce Mrs. Joan Davis Williams, the creator of what would become the Ministry of Education Jamaica Personal Development Program. She has been serving as an edutainer for 48 years. Not only is she a consistently outstanding master teacher, but she has been awarded many times, including the Alaska Teacher of the Year and at the national level for long and faithful service in education. With training in guidance and counseling and as a facilitator in customer service, as well as teaching children with different learning styles, it is no wonder her worth has been noted, such that she works part-time at King's House as a consultant and trainer. Currently, Mrs. Joan Davis Williams lectures at the Michael University College. She says, first, that she loves and fears God. And then secondly, she is the proud glamour or grandma of 2. She is a published author of 6 books, 4 of which are being used currently in many schools in Jamaica and the wider Caribbean. Lord, I want to be more than an ordinary teacher and give to my children and grandchildren what I give to other people's children. This is her personal mantra. And so, colleagues, I present to you Mrs. Joan Davis Williams to motivate us this afternoon.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Are you hearing me loud and clear?
Oh, yes.
Are you seeing me?
Beautiful.
Let me just adjust this a little for you to see my necklace. Everybody see my necklace? How are you? Thank you. You make me sound so, you make me look so good. You make me sound so good. Thank you very much. I am honored to be on your platform with the STEM, the STEAM, all the different acronyms. And I've learned so much. I've learned so much. It's an honor. And I know you're winding down, yeah? You're winding down. And we have 189, because I'm one, so it's 189 of us. Educators, I enjoy the presentations, Dr. Gentleman, 2 gentlemen who spoke earlier. I've been in and out, but I have learned a lot. I need to ask you, let's have a conversation. You are the teachers who are preparing the doctors and the nurses and so many persons, yeah? You are the heartbeat of this, of the nation, because it's not Jamaica alone that is online. And science, when people think of science, they think of something in medicine, yeah? Or they think of something in engineer. And science is so popular, it's all around us. You are the heartbeat of this. How are you looking after yourself in delivering this information? When was the last time you sat back as teachers who work so hard, and I must commend you all. Yeah, you're doing an awesome job. When was the last time you pampered yourself? When was the last time you stopped and take a break and look after yourself? And I'm going to be asking the moderators. So if persons raise their hand, allow me to, I pause and they can respond. When was the last time you did something nice for yourself? You work hard. The pandemic brought out the best and the worst out of some of us. When was the last time you as a person stopped and you're just not existing? Yeah, you're just not existing. You're living and you're enjoying life. When was the last time you did something nice for yourself? Anybody want to tell me?
In the chat, they're saying,
yes, somebody, go ahead, tell me, please.
Yes, they're responding. Sandra says, I have a red herring that would go to, I don't know what I'm not so sure.
What is that red herring?
Red herring.
Oh, she has a red herring, that what?
That would go to, I'm not so sure what that is. Other person said this weekend, and somebody said yesterday. Some more are coming in.
Somebody said
I cannot recall. Somebody said I cannot recall. Last year, Simone says last year. So, you know, Joan Davis Williams, you have some people to talk to. Somebody said they went to Blue Lagoon. And somebody said this week they're going to give themselves a big treat. And last weekend, my colleagues and I went on a little vacation. That's Nashina Powell Thomas telling us that. So it's mixed. And I see such
2 years ago, Janelle. Gee whiz. Cannot recall. Some serious things this month.
Satisha Seti has her hand up. You want to quickly open your mic and speak?
It's not her, no, it's a he.
Oh, yes. Sorry.
Yeah, every weekend, Saturday, Sunday, enjoy yourself because school done.
Okay, I hear you. All right, thanks a lot. Thanks for the responses.
And somebody said a parent of one of my students presented me with a basket of lovely, it went away.
Okay, lovely things.
Or red herring to match the necklace.
Hey girl, listen it. Close it back. Close it. And it's red pants, you know, it's red pants.
Okay.
If you see the shoes, it's not cheap. It's not one of the other one that is going to leave us at church.
And for the person who spoke and has that accent, somebody is saying, yes, thanks for that, because yes, school is over and they also intend to do something. Somebody says, I want to go to the river and relax every weekend. Yes, and then they're telling you, Joan Davis Williams, that you're looking good.
Thank you. Oh, yeah, thank you. 67, not a ball hat, 67 years old. Yeah. But listen, it can happen right in your house. You know, when you have some nice things packed up in break front, some nice sheet and pillowcases, some nice towels. Only when guests come, you take out the towel, or when Christmas come, you wash them again. So you have some part in your houses, you have some nice big homes or some small, comfortable one room, and there are some things you pack away and you refuse to use them. No, man, you need to take out the sheet and the pillowcases, and you see all the glasses where you have pack where you buy and pack where the back of the cupboard and pack where the back of the cabinet and them places there, take them out. If you come to my house now, there is a bottle of red wine, it's almost done. My red wine glass, yes, because there are times when I just decide in the evenings, it don't work. I'm gonna pour a glass of red wine, I'm gonna put up my foot as high as the cost of living, and I'm going to sip my red wine and I'm going to just relax. Yeah, there are times when I put my feet in, soak my feet in baking soda or Epsom salt and put on some nice music and all the body scrub them. You said twice a week, I'm going to do a body scrub. You can pamper yourself right in your house. Yeah, you need to take time out for self. Some of us have some old clothes, but we need to dash with. Yeah, one artist said we need to de-checkerlize with life. We need to get rid of some of the old things, just like we get rid of some of the old memories and some of the old behavior. You get rid of the old clothes. You go through some drawers and some old brief and some brassiere strap where stretch out and so get rid of them. Get rid of them. Get rid of them. Pamper yourself and wear the best. Take yourself out to lunch. The lunch could be Kentucky. You go and you buy your Kentucky, not advertising for anybody. And you crack the bone them so much and eat that not even Rover wants them after. Because you must look after self. You see, when I'm having, I just moved from a comfortable home to another one that is I'm going to make more comfortable. But the new one that I'm at, I was in there for about 3-4 months. I never have no sink to wash plates. And where I'm coming from, nice sink and big pretty cupboard there. So I draw off the 2 pudding pan. One put in pan wash, one put in pan rinse, and one put on pan the thing. If you, when I go upstairs, you must see the section for the face basin. A little igloo bottle, lean over in a bucket, so that when I use the toilet there, I wash my hand there, so in a little bucket with a little pipe on, pour it back into the toilet bowl, go over the side of bed. You can make yourself comfortable. And you don't have to do things to please anybody. When my neighbor realized that I had moved, he called me one night and he said, Mrs. Davis Williams, my wife and I are coming down to welcome you to the community with a bottle of wine. I said, do me a favor, no? Don't come. I said, if you bring a bottle of wine, I don't have no wine glass to pour out no wine into. And if you bring your 2 glasses, I'll have to wash them in 2 pudding pan, and I don't think you'll be comfortable with that. Be yourself. Be yourself. Be yourself. You don't have to pretend. You don't have to be a wannabe. Yeah? If you see me next year this time, if the jacket look good and fresh, I'm going to be in it. Yeah, because it don't look like the internet gone and I need to throw it out yet. But it still fits and look fresh and nice. Wear what you have, but don't look as if you are so depraved that God isn't doing anything for you. So if you work so hard, you must need to look after yourself. Understand me, my educators? Understand me, my colleagues? Because you can't wait until you retire, because some of you can't even count the money when we retire. We are so sick. Do it now. It's a present thing. It's a present thing. It's a present thing. It's a present thing. I don't business what nobody wants it. It's a present thing. Look after self. So guess what? My sisters and my relatives find me very funny. On a Saturday sometimes, me just dress up, put on me nice sandals, go get me toes them done every other week. And they said to me, so where you going? I said, I'm going to the road. They say, you mean I go on the road? Every Saturday, I say, man, I go on the road. I dress up, I take myself out. I don't wait for nobody to carry me out. I dress up and I leave and I go and I do road. I walk every nice store and thing. And when I finish, I take myself to lunch. And I sit down and I enjoy the money that I work for. Yeah? And I give God thanks. But your heart must be in the right place. So as teachers of STEM or STEAM, yeah? And I have 2 different meaning here. And it says STEM, same thing every morning. STEM, the same thing every morning. Every morning you get up and you take up your cup to drink. Is it the same thing over and over? Is it the same thing you pour into your cup? This morning, you sip the same thing, anxiety. You sip the same thing, woman on a money time, hard. You sip the same thing, me soon retire now. Me I wait for somebody to file for me. And it's the same thing over and over. One me I wait for a little promotion at school and nothing and go on. The pitney them turn bad. The gas price gone up. Boy, the relationship done. And some of us are in some relationships, that remind us like when lotion finish. Lotion done and the bottle drain out and it's dry. And we still turn it upside down and it drains out a little. And when you go home and you flash it out, you see a little lotion come out and you say, yes, there's a little hope. It's done. Don't frustrate yourself. So don't get up every day expecting persons to bring happiness for you. And the same thing happens day in, day out. So STEM here means same thing every morning. Same griping, same complaining. It's a part of me near at me, and you are science people. You know that sugar will give you infections of certain part of your body. So cut down on the sugar. You need to maintain your sanity, you need to maintain your good health, you need to feel good, you need to spend some money on your teeth, you need to go to the dentist, you need to sort out your mouth twice per year, put some money on it. Dig it up and complain, say, boy, not now go on. Not now go on. Not now go on. Same old. No, we need to stop it. We need to get rid of the complaining, put it back where it belongs. Remember Jeremiah 29, verse 11. That says, I know the plans I have for you to prosper you. So it doesn't matter how things are hard and how things are terrible. You need to find a source. Yeah, and since that one now work, yeah, since some of the friends them where you have, like these, ordinary, yeah, you sit through them. You sit through them, you know what they stand for. Some of you have some friends and some colleagues that they say some damning things. Yeah. Why everything's so bad and everything, like all of us around the world are gun people and all of us are murderers, and then you take it and you absorb it. No, man, you need to take for yourself. I said to my students, move with the eagles. Yeah. See the eagle? Yeah? Move with the eagle and leave out the drunkard. This is an eagle. Yeah. So if you're going to soar with the eagle, you have to have less baggage to walk with. Yes? So we're going to stop the complaining here, and we're going to go to a higher source. And my higher source for you is the one I'm introducing to you. I'm sorry, you might have a different source. My source is God, right? So you have to turn up the heat. STEM, so we are going to steam it now. Yeah? The arts are going to come in, because you're going to see changes. Turn up the heat in your life. Turn up the heat. And this STEM now, although it is STEM, we're looking at the one that says here, seeking to empower more. Seeking to empower more, STEM. We're going to seek to empower more. So you're going to bring changes in your own life first. You're going to change first. You're going to clean up your acts. You're going to see brighter days. And when you are empowered, don't forget to bring along a young teacher with you. The young teachers need to be empowered. The young teachers need to change. Some of us older ones, we have it locked, pour into the other younger ones. You are the science people. You are the ones who are training the doctors and the nurses and all of those persons. And we're going to be touching a little bit on that. So every day you get up, you empower each other. Yes, you empower. Pour into others. And you are pouring into students, but you need to pour into yourself first and bring changes to life. Talk to me, somebody. Talk to me, talk to me, talk to me. What is the chat saying?
Well, they are loving the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Seeking to empower more. Move from same thing every morning to seeking empowerment more.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And a whole heap of yes, yes, and 100 and preach it, sister.
Okay. Yes.
Amen,
And guess
sister.
what?
Amazing.
Thank
Amazing.
you. And even when you notice, although I pour in, I'm still empowered. Because when your heart is clean and you pour into others, God is not going to leave you empty. He's not going to leave you without resources. He's going to multiply it. So keep on pushing. Yeah? Keep on pushing. Keep on pushing. Put this aside a little. Remember, in order to keep on pushing, you have to have, and your science, so I find the thing for my science people. Which part of the body is this?
The heart.
The heart. How is your heart beating as teachers? How is your heart beating as a person? What is it that is in your heart that you need to clean up so that you can continue to empower others? You can bring change to the nations, whichever country you're from on this platform. Our responsibility, it can't be same old as teachers. We have to bring change. We have to try to change the gunmen, the rapists, the politicians, but our heart must be clean first. You must know that, listen, I am going to live with Psalm 51 verse 10, and I'll tell you a little bit about Psalm 51 verse 10. My son was at university at 17, and he called me and he said to me, Mommy, you need to look at Psalm 51 verse 10. And I said to him, what is Psalm 51 verse 10 saying? And he said to me, Mommy, when I ask you a word, you tell me to go look it up in the dictionary. Go look up Psalm 51 verse 10. Anybody find Psalm 51 verse 10 yet? Talk to me. Typical teacher in me. Now I'll tell you. What is Psalm 51 verse 10 saying?
Create in me a clean heart, O God, and renew a right spirit within me.
Thank you, my child. Create in me a clean heart and renew a right spirit. And I said to my son, Tian, why have you given me, I called him back and I said, why have you given me that verse? And he said, Mommy, you're too bitter. Your heart must stay good. Yeah. He said you're too bitter. Those days, my colleagues, I was going through divorce. Yeah, because my husband left me with 4 pitney and gonna live with a richer man. and I'm still a teacher, 48 years. And I was a higgler, I was a seamstress, I was doing a number of things, legitimate things, still teaching at Arden, taught at Arden for 30 odd years. And I was angry, I was bitter, because I have 2 children at university and it's me alone and I'm happy to hustle and man the boat in place. And so I was bitter. My son saw it and he said to me, Mommy, you need to clean up your heart. Those days, my colleagues, when I kept malice to the point where I was constipated. Yeah, dead serious. I keep malice to the point where pimple, hello, it's a face clean, not a bump. Pimple all over my skin. And I use all kind of facial things. But my heart never right. My heart was beating, but it was beating for the wrong thing. See there? Hear it beating? See it moving? How many of us sitting on this platform today? You can deliver better to yourself and your community. You can bring changes to your children. You have the potential of an eagle that soars very, very high, that keeps its eyes on its prey, that knows how to choose its mate, that takes away itself and tear off the heavy wings, heavy feathers out of the wing, tear off the toenail, tear off the beak, and remains there until they grow back and get more strength. From then you need to take away yourself from dirty mentality and do a heart cleaning so that you can live like the eagle years to come. And I will say live when I mean physically live, because I want you to leave a legacy for your nations. You have to leave a legacy for them. So how much you need to do a heart inspection? Some things that find your heart, you wear it by your heart, everybody see your face. So you need to take out some things. So there's no need going to church and singing and praising God when deep down in your heart, things are buried. Is it from childhood days? Is it something somebody tell you when you're a little bit? Is it something that from a broken relationship? Is it a teacher at your school who you think say shouldn't get the promotion over you? Sometimes people don't even remember where, but we have it here. So creating me a clean heart and renew a right spirit. It's very, very important. But sometimes we go to church and we do a little baptism, right? And we go and we get our altar call and yeah, man, we take out some. But deep down, there are some hidden ones. Yeah, dig them out. Dig them out. Look at Psalm 66, verse 18 for me, somebody. Psalm 66, verse 18. You see, because I'm such a terrorist and I terrorize God, I have to have some things to live by. Dead serious. If I don't do it, my dog and my supper. I have to have some plumb line to live by. Psalm 66, verse 18.
If I regard iniquity in my heart, the Lord will not hear me.
In other words, if I have up anybody in my heart, I could have prayed till I'm morning, I could have prayed till I need them trip off. He's not going to hear me. So are we going to do a closer inspection of the heart? You're going to go down and ask God, you know something I like my neighbor, you know. I'm going to ask if I root it out. Yeah? I ask if I root it out. Something happened 2 years ago to one of my one grandchild. And he said me tell us I love my grandparent bad. An early childhood teacher hit him in the face. When he came home, right under here. Terrible mark. I went to see the teacher. Parents were crying that so and so and so. 2 years and something months the child was. And they spoke to the teacher. I know this teacher for years now from Shalikopitney. So I waited for a week or so, thinking that she was going to say something to me. And I decided to write a letter to her, take it to her to see what was happening. And the woman rushed me. Yeah, man, she rushed me, bad man, rushed me literally in my face. And my colleagues, I hope they're not talking now. I rushed her back. The Joan came out of me. Yeah, man, the Joan came out. The Joan came out. And you know what saved her? She ran. You know, someone run behind the woman in her house. But her door was closed and the door didn't have a lock on the outside because I was planning on going in there to her. And then when the Lord didn't put the lock on the door and I came to my senses, I said, Papa Jesus, can you imagine Governor General from on TV? Well, the good thing about it, I would not have been beaten, I would have won the fight. And all my past students coming down with the police jeep and stuff to take me away. So I went to God in prayer about it and I told him that I'm letting it go. I'm letting it go. And I prayed for a month or two about it. And every time I see my heart, not in the right place. So I told God that I am fine. And I thought I was fine. And one day I went outside and I saw a plant that I have. You know these things. The plant was rotting from the root. The nice plant with the pretty leaf, them, you know, was rotten. Rotten, you see the leaf, them quailing up. And when we look at it and pull up, we see some of them coming out of the thing. And God said to me, because God speaks to me based on how I learn. Yeah? And he said to me, you pretend as if your heart is clean, but deep down you're rot. Yeah? You have not forgiven her. You have not let her go. And I went back to him in prayer. And I said, God, you have to clean me up. I should have preached at church the following week or 2 weeks. And for the first time, Rev called me and told me, say, he will preach. You don't even have to preach. I'm going to say, God, this is a sign. So that day I went to church, sat, and Rev said, anybody who you know have the thing with, right thing with you, go deal with it. I went home to my family, went back and apologized to her, apologized to her husband, apologized to the child. They said to me, you know, Auntie Joan, you shouldn't even come to apologize because you did nothing. I said, no, I need to apologize. I lost it. My colleagues, you see, about 2 days after, the same plant that was rotting from the root, there were new leaves springing out of the plant. So where's the plant? If I didn't do a search, hard search, see that? More still in it. And sometimes you think you're done with some things, you know. Sometimes you think you're finished with some things, but you need to go search your heart. Yeah? I was in a funeral service many years ago after my son spoke to me. And they were singing this song about, it's not search me, oh Lord. I soon tell you. It is well with my soul. And we can't sing, you know. But me out there sing, it is well with my soul. And God stopped me in my track and said, no, well with the soul, Joan. Because he speaks to me. He not talk to me in a word for Bible verse. But he speaks to me. Because my heart with my neighbor was clogged. And him said, if you have up anything in your heart, the prayer and I'll answer. So having cleared the pipeline, having unclogged the pipeline between me and God, the plant started to grow. At this other section now, singing it is well with my soul. The Lord pulled me out of the meeting and said, it is not well with your soul. You're malice so and so, you're so and so, you're so and so. The man just called me out and I forgot the door, go stand up on one step and bawl. I'm sure the pastor think it was altar call for him, but it was altar call for between me and God. And I had to let go. So I want you to understand, my colleagues, if you don't do a heart search, it might be about a child that offended you. It might be about some poor workers that tell lie on you. But if Satan put a song at the garden of Gethsemane and wait for Jesus for 40 days, what would we do with me and you? You think you're different? You think you're different? No, you're not different. So don't concentrate on those who have hurt you. Concentrate on the man who are going to deliver you big time from all your crosses and so. So clean up the heart, yeah? The heart look good. Is there anything? Oh yeah, man, see one here? It's a long time something. It's when me used to go to class. And my lecturer used to fail me in every subject that she teach me. Yeah, I have it up for the woman. No, man, and take them out. Take them out. Take them out. Take them out. Yes. I've 20 odd years now, my divorce, but me hate my husband, Take it out, man. Take it out, 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 take it out. Clean up the heart. Talk to me, anybody. Talk to me, talk to me, talk to me, talk to me. Talk to me. Is so much a clap, miss? Oh, good. Talk to me, somebody. Forgive me, but that's how I am. Talk to me now, somebody. Introspection. You're looking to self. You all right? You see, if we don't do it, all the potential we have as educators, we now go soar. All the potential we have as educators to make big mark on people's life. Read what this is saying.
In this classroom, we dream big.
In this classroom, we dream big. Are you dreaming big about your life? Are you making big marks on people's life? Are you making big marks on your life? What are your marks for years to come? What people are going to remember you for? You know, it's fascinating how the STEM thing come. My former principal, Mrs. ASTJ, Mrs. Tyson always said to me, Mr. Joan, every time I go to a workshop with you, you present all the theories them, what I'm talking about. I said, I have a clue. The only theories, remember, I went with their teacher training college and they tell about the one with the dog and the mouth water and the bell. I don't know which one that was. Because I came up and I designed my own things. And it is funny about STEM, because I have been teaching STEM for the past 48 years. It's just that somebody now put a name to it. At Arden High School, my science department, and George Johnson and so can verify that, they used to love my students that I taught food and nutrition. Because my students who I taught food and nutrition, they were doing STEM long before STEM came around. I remember getting a class of about 38 students, and about 20 of them were boys. And you know, boys learn differently and they are wired differently. So you have to gear your class. You have to know brain-based learning to deal with them. And I tweaked my class to match my boys, because a lot of them, I did their career thing, and some said they're going to become doctor, physiotherapist, blah, blah, blah. So I'm going to tweak the food and nutrition now to match them. And you know what we did? We're having open day. And that was many years ago, because those boys graduated as doctors many years ago. We were having open day in the home ec center. And usually people associate the home ec center with cooking and baking and all kinds of stuff. And that year, I divided the home ec center, the students and I arranged, we divided the home ec center in different sections, like clinics. So over there so was the Kwashiorkor clinic. Over there so was the one suffering from scurvy. Over there so is the one them suffering from the 3Ds, dermatitis and so and so. And over there so is the one them who probably have some malnutrition problem, and some malnutrition can be undernutrition or overnutrition. And the doctors and nurses were there with them stethoscope and all, and the dietitians were there and what have you. Cooking took place, but it was the 3 forms of heat transference in food. So we had a pot on the stove, we had something in the oven, and we had something in the grill, because we are teaching radiation, conduction, and convection. You know, that is physics. We had somebody over there demonstrating the making of coconut drops, but we're looking at dextrinization. Dextrinization is heat and dry heat and starch that was taking place. We're looking at caramelization, and they were explaining that. Yes. And of course, there were some in some other places who were acting out different things. So we were really dealing with STEAM and STEM long time. I remember there was a teacher at school. He fell ill, and my son was in the grade 9 class. And he was teaching integrated science. And you know, integrated science is biophysics and chemistry. And there was no teacher to teach that class. And I took it on my head to teach the class, because I'm home ec. Home ec base is science. And when I carried the class through for the semester, the students, all the students in the 48 students or 47 students excelled, they did better than the other grade 9s in their exam. And people said to me, what could you teach? A STEM, a STEAM, yeah? So it is good that they put a name to it. Now my thing is, you are the content bearer. You are the ones who are going to let your children think big. What extra thing can you do other than the regular content area? Because your heart feels good, you love your job, you decide, you know, you have flushed out, all the negativity out of your mind. Yes, you're going to remember that God promised you great things. You're going to let go the arms out. You're going to engage them in your heart. You're going to make sure you fly with the right people. You're going to leave out the drunk for them. You're going to move with the eagle. You're going to floss your brain and get rid of the negative. Boy, we can't get a promotion. No, you can be a same little principal or your same senior teacher in your position as a primary school teacher, a prep school teacher. You can shine in your corner. So floss the brain and get out the negativity out of your mind. Talk to me, somebody. Me alone and talk. Hello? Anybody think I can put on fat pan fire because I have mistake? Talk to me.
Easier said than done.
What is easier said than done? Talk to me. It's easier said than done. But let me hear that first. Let me hear that first. Let me hear that first. Just a minute. Easier said than done. What is easier said than done? I'm not hearing. No, the gentleman says it is easier said than done. What is easier said than done? May I say something to you? It's a choice. It is a choice. It is a choice. It is a choice. When I decide that I'm going to be happy regardless of, or I am going to take on this. When I'm building, my neighbor here, I'm George Johnson's neighbor, not at school, not at home, no, I'm at school. When I was building, I still building, I woke up and finished, man, thief out the money and gone with the roof money and gone with the window money and gone with this, that, over much millions of dollars. The stones that I cleared from the land is millions of dollars. And him saying last, the stone them last. I have a choice. The choice was to roll over and play dead. The choice was to be vindictive. The choice was many other, but the other choice was I had to find some positive things because eagle here only eats fresh meat. Eagle are mixed up in a dead meat and stinking meat. So I decided not to listen to the negative people. I'm going to move on. You know what gave me a little pip of something? I was at a funeral. Funeral was being held in Miami. I'm in Jamaica. And I listened to one of my friends who was at the funeral. And she was talking about the deceased. And she said she was at a university struggling. And she called our uncle and was telling him, and she was telling him about how flustered she was and how much things she had to do, and how much things she had to do. And he said to her, Kimmy, how do you eat an elephant? And she says, well, I've never eaten an elephant. And he said, how do you eat an elephant? And then he said to her, you eat an elephant one bit at a time. You see, when I was frustrated, house not have no roof, me too old to get money from the bank to borrow. Me borrow from all my friends them already and can't pay them. I didn't know what to do. I was still praying and holding on. I was still stepping up the faith, F-A-I-T-H, forwarding all issues to heaven. And sometimes it look like nothing going on. But then God just put this woman in my head, one bit at a time. And I started to take one little project at a time. So I got somebody to pay them to tear down some more thing to build a stone wall. I stopped this up. We go put in 2 pieces of cupboard. We stop this up. We go put in 1 looking glass or something. Stop this up. And let me tell you something. It's a choice. People are saying to me, you're in a house that the outside not paint. Step not done, the yard not done. But hello, I'm happy like a lot. I'm happy. If me never tell me that looks so, no, I am happy. It's a choice. It's a choice. It's a choice when you open your fridge and realize you know have nothing in there, or you know on a fridge like when my fridge is broke down. I mean, I have to go up at the ice space, go buy ice a morning time, and every morning I come the man, sister me think, and one worker come to the house, same house, and ask me for some water. I said, I don't know water. Because my fridge broke down, and he said, well, you can't live up in this area lady and on the fridge. I said, well, maybe I said and it done. And we need to pay you. So that's why I'm gonna have a new fridge. So it's a choice. Every single solitary thing you do, if you want to tell yourself that you can let go the negative, if your heart must always, when you go back to school, must full with the negative, yeah, and gripe and complain and go on like, not now go on for you, and this now happen, it's a choice, it's a choice, it's a choice. Every single thing is a choice. I see a hand up.
Mrs. Hines Vermont, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Williams. I'm really motivated And I do concur with your choice. And I've been saying this for years, that it is a choice that I have to make too. I try to live in the what if this could happen? So things does not caught me unaware. And even in the event it should come unaware, I try to remember that the Lord was hungry when we complain. He said, when in Numbers 11 verse 1, he said, and God anger was kindled because the people complain. And so even in situations, we have to really understand why it is best that God said we have to be thankful, because sometimes I believe that as human, we have this tendency that we should have it, we deserve to have it, and if we don't have it, then we are mad at not only ourselves, but at God and the persons around us. But what we should realize is that we are granted the privilege of whatever things we have. I also shared this a few weeks ago with somebody, that the things that I have and owned and held dear to my heart, this song that we sing so well, it's just borrowed. They are borrowed. Everything is borrowed. Your job is borrowed. Your partner is borrowed. Your kids, they are borrowed. The car you drive is borrowed. The house you live in is borrowed, because very soon you are going to pass off. You're going to leave them and somebody else is going to be the owner of it. And so while we are borrowed, they are borrowed to us. We are supposed to take the very best care of what God
and enjoy them. And enjoy them.
And enjoy it. But don't hold so tightly to it that if something goes wrong with it, for example, if your car is stolen, you get so depressed and mad and want to commit suicide. Or if somebody come for your husband, remember, I went borrow. So if you find somebody where you want to move on, let's see, go on. I don't see yourself worth. I don't believe the boy is because he's better. It's somebody better than you. No. Let him go.
No, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. But that was borrowed.
I'm on borrowed time. Everything
may I say
is borrowed.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
And may I say something to you? About 6 months ago, before I moved, my neighbor who lives in front of me for years, she said to me one morning, she said, me know one lady who built her house, and she dead before she could have gone in it. And I said to her, if I die before I go into mine, my children and grandchildren and other persons would have benefited, because the Lord says you are to leave this earth better than how you came and saw it. So I could have curled over and prayed and said, Jesus, me soon dead, me 67. Yeah, me soon dead, me soon. No, if I die and when I die, my family is supposed to be better off. Yeah, because instead of the STEM, same thing every morning, I'm going to be seeking to empower more. Yeah, thanks. Another hand was up. Thanks, Judith.
Yes, good afternoon, Mrs. Davis Williams. I just want to admit that you are one of my biggest fans.
Oh, sorry, God?
Yes, you have wearing many suits this morning. I really appreciate your presentation. You're speaking for spiritual life, or emotional life, or professional life. And you touched something earlier on that is just so profound. You spoke about forgiveness. And I can attest to that. When your heart is one with God and you have forgiven, you feel like you can conquer the world. You look better, you perform better. And many of us at work, whether in the classroom or elsewhere, when we have people bundled up in our heart, we can't function, we can't speak to people, and it damages the children and it damages the persons around us. When we are at one with God, He opens up the windows of heaven and He pours us out blessing, and it is true. I can attest to that.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Desmond, thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much for your presentation. And I believe in the guided inquiry and other aspects of the inquiry approach as well. And I deliberately made a comment earlier, easier said than done. And I stand by it, and I put my face on the screen too. And you see me hat, I am well. The thing about it is, the point I'm making is everything takes effort.
Definitely.
And you must be willing to put forth the effort into doing so. But nonetheless,
that is why we change from the light water.
That is right.
To put the steam in you.
And Of course, of course. And as such, it means that for us to move forward, and as you said, it's a choice. It is a deliberate choice that must be made. While you are on that route, there are many of the detractors that are going to come, including your co-workers, who are going to tell you that you are not doing the right thing. You have to be convinced, take the higher road and demonstrate to them what can work.
Thank you.
And therefore, because even though they are telling you that, you watch them, what they are telling you not to do, they are going to do. So that too you have to bear in mind and be positive, push forward, demonstrate, be a pioneer, lead the way. Thank you very much.
Take off your bra, that man, you have to take life. Yeah, man, it has shade out the whole away. Looks good. Thanks a lot. And I'm happy that my colleagues are looking at it that way. Because if Pearson not right, you can't enjoy the salary you work for. You can't extend your life thing. Yeah, very, very important. And you will not be able to look outside of your content area to see it can be business as usual even after COVID. Why I said can be business as usual? Do you realize how many of those students that you have nurtured in science have done well as doctors and lawyers and nurses and many professions? And you realize the social skills are lacking. You realize some of them don't have no class, some don't have no manners. Doctor take past you without saying good morning, good afternoon. Doctor walk in a place, go look for patient and treat them like, say, excuse me, I'm here, you can always die. What extra little thing are you going to put into your students as you teach? Because your aim is to make changes, yeah? Your aim is to make big marks on your life and other people's life, having cleaned up your heart, yes? What is it that you are going to be doing differently in your classroom to bring about a better nation? Our doctors, our persons who study sciences, and I'm talking about the ones who deal with the minds, a lot of them don't have no manners. Do you think that instead of teaching the straight science and the straight soul, some of us need to stop, not saying everybody, you know, because some of us are doing it. Some of us need to pause and teach a little bit of social grace in your class. How many times since morning have you said, thank you? Imagine that you're a doctor or a nurse or so and so and so and so and so and so. How many times could you have said thank you on the ward or in the so and so? Because you're going to bring them back to reality. As a child in grade 6 or grade 5 or grade 3, how many times since morning could you have said thanks? I said thanks when I woke up. When my parents give me my breakfast, somebody know how to live with my parents. When I got out of the place and somebody stopped to give me away, I said thanks, something fell from me. Our teachers, you can bring to life how many times. So you can have a thank you week. You can have a day when you teach your boys, and it's about 5 minutes out of your class. You know? It's about 5 minutes out of your class. Mrs. Williams talked about my developing the personal development program. God allowed me to develop that program. It is presently being taught at Jamaica. And I do it as my personal business, and it's a flagship at Arden High School. And the ministry adopted it many, many years ago. But as Sir said, when one set of people come in, them dash all them paper, them dash all the idea, them and they dash everything. And so we're sending out a set of graduates over the years that are brilliant with a whole heap of CXCs, but the soft skills are so missing. So my science teachers, my STEM, my STEAM, my STEER, my whichever way we're putting it, what extra can you add to your students to bring them out of their comfort zone to be people who are fit to live and fit to live with? It's not only about the content, because as said again, in this classroom, we dream big. So you're going to tell them, imagine that you're going to set up a business as so and so and so. What are 12 good manners thing that you would want your workers to act out? And you put that up in your classroom and you make note of it, that they do it every day for a semester. My grandson is 5. Yeah? He comes to the house and we're going up the staircase. We don't have enough railing for the staircases. All of that, one man take piece of the money and gone. But anyway, we get the material for the staircase now. But the staircase not put up. But my grandson is with me. And I said to him, I said, son, do you know when a lady and a gentleman is going up a staircase, the man walks behind the lady. In case she topples over, you know, what my big old size to my 5-year-old, he can catch her. And I said, when we're coming down the staircase, the man walks in front of the lady in case she topples over. I told my grandson that about 6 months ago. Every time that child comes to the house, and I said to him, I said, let us go upstairs for something. And I'm running up. He says, grandma, 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 the ladies must go so. Are we coming down? He said, remember, I'm the man. Can we teach our children some little soft skills? When he and I are sitting at home, I made him point on my duty, you know. Him love boiled dumpling and saltfish without no season or something. I used to love it as picnic. One day I gave it to him, and he went home and told his parents that grandma cook a nice meal. Boiled dumpling and saltfish with nothing on it. We set the table. I gave him his knife and fork. He knows that as grandma comes to the table, he's to assist me with sitting. He can't hardly manage a chair, you know. But I teach him to be a great human being, because when he becomes whatever he wants in life, he must be able to act out that. As educators, are we giving them any little extra bit of something different from the content area? Think about it. You can make great changes. You can make great change because you are training the people that the manners and so they're so lacking. So as STEM, yeah, it can't be the same thing every morning. It can't be the same thing you pour in a coffee and you pour in a mug or a cup of Cersei or what. It must be something else you're going to add, because it is in you. Yeah, it is in you that you are going to be this teacher that is going to go beyond the call of duty. You're going to expand the territory. After the lazy teacher, there, so. Yeah, take out the lazy one, put him there, so. Limit, this one limit. I not kill up myself there because I not get no pay. I not get no this. Come out of the pack, come out of the pack, come out of the pack. Expand yourself. When you're out there with doing short courses, go learn something about brain-based learning. Go learn something else different. When you're going to mentor some teachers, because these need to be mentored, because you're out there already. We have to collaborate. We're looking at the 4 C's when we teach our children. We need to communicate. We need to collaborate. We need to be critical thinkers. Yeah? Which is the other C again. We need to be creative. Yeah? So all of this is STEM. Or you're going to be the teacher with the whole lot of potential, but just sit down. Why not now go on for me, you know? It's a little money, yeah? It's soon I'm getting done. It's when I get my salary. I remember when I used to be at Arden, the bursar said to me one day, you know, said, we used to collect check in the hand. She said, you know, you're the teacher who comes in every month and thank God for the check. Yeah, man, I'll owe 50, 100 people. Me now gripe and complain. They might pick me a dumps. But there's a teacher not along so, and you're going right back down to the package with the arms outside. Yeah? No, tell yourself that I know the plans he has for me. You will never leave me nor forsake me. You are my supplier. Yeah? Get yourself out there. So when you're out here, colleagues, people see you. I got the work at King's House because of something that they put in the paper about me. And I've been there working part-time. I was there full-time, and I told the Governor General that I needed to go back to teaching. I love teaching too much. It was pre-retirement I was in at that time. And he says to me, I'll let you go to Jamaica to work, but he'll come back to King's House in the evenings. And so I said, sir, I need to give up this full time. And let me tell you something. Since the past 10 or 11 years, I have been at King's House when they're having the dinner with the prince and the so and the so and the so and the so and the so. My same home background, my same base that I did in 1973 to 76 or at St. Jacob from whichever time to 1971. The same STEAM, the same STEM, the same background. And the help of God. That is what has put me out there. When I was leaving Arden, I took early retirement because I needed to pay some bills, and I'm dead serious about it. I did not know that all the seminars and all the 15 or so workshops that I developed at Arden while I was there, and I have teachers online, they can verify that. I used to do them free. When God told me to jump ship and go get early retirement, continue to teach, but go do what I have to do. It was my business plan. I had a business set up out a street that God was allowing me to hone, to develop over the years at Arden. But if I had sat there, like some of us, our colleagues, gripe and complain, chat to principal, tear down the school, tear down the one, mash down ministry, what is it? What is it that you can do in your small corner that you don't remain like this school, but you remain like, you're like this one, that you will continue to grow and grow and grow and grow. Talk to me, somebody. Talk to me, talk to me, talk to me. Forgive me what's on the time. My president is meeting with us shortly. Talk to me, somebody.
Janelle, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Davis. Very good presentation.
Thank you.
I concur with what you say just now in terms of doing what we're doing and do it to the best of our ability. Earlier, I posted, I said, my contribution I wanted to share with everyone was that everything that you're doing, do it as unto God, as unto man, because you can never please mankind. Right? And besides, you're not supposed to be trying to please mankind, so try to please God. Also, what you just said also about the things that you've been doing over the years and you did it for free. I've seen that work in my lifetime as well, that the things that I was doing I'm still just a regular teacher. All right, but I got the opportunity to teach abroad for a few years. And because I know I was able to function there, I was able to function better, and I'm able to function better even now because each year, I did my best. If I wasn't doing my best the year before, the next year would have been harder. I would not be able to build more on what it is that I had done before. So in everything, teachers, just do your best. Trust me, you never know when and how that little thing that you're doing is going to just make you catapult in so many different ways.
Yes.
All right. So do what you're doing as unto God and do your very best.
Thank you, darling. May I just quickly share something with you? I'm closing. With regard to the PD program, I saw the need because my two children were in high school, different times, and there were some things lacking in their lives. They weren't taught the social graces, the customer service, dressing for success, knowing about their body type and dressing accordingly. They didn't know much about study skills. So God allowed me to develop those programs and experiment with them until they became, well, better. When Mrs. Tyson came to Arden, she asked me, why is it I couldn't put those programs in Arden? I was doing them as a form teacher and as a subject teacher. I was doing that when I was teaching my students, I gave them a little piece. She wanted them in the program in the school. Now, bear in mind that I was making my business out of that. That was what was paying my bills each month. And because there was a parent who saw my potential, gave me a scholarship to be trained as a customer service agent, and then propelled me to go to the top hotels on end of month to launch the workshops. And one month then I remember I had 200 students in the workshop. As far as from Montego Bay, they came and I was making money from it. When Mrs. Tyson came to Arden, she said to me, because her son was benefiting as one of my customers before she came to Arden, she said, I need the programs in the school. I said to her, Miss, I'm willing to give the school the programs. And she said to me, write it, tell me what is it you can do. And I said, I'm willing to give the school the program. Some of my colleagues tore me to pieces. How can you give Arden your program? And it's it you're using to make money from. How can you give Arden the program? I said, but I wanted to impact more children, not only the ones that I supervise or that I teach. I want more to get it. I gave her my all. Colleagues, I gave up the whole program to Arden, the whole program to Arden. That year, when the program was introduced in Arden fully, I had to teach like 80 odd students at a setting because there was nobody to teach it. So she grew 2 classes, had them at the undercraft. I was teaching how to use knife and fork, how to hold a cup, how to treat somebody as a guest star, you bring a host or a hostess. You're teaching them the basic soft skills. It was a subject in itself, personal development. I did it for the year. I didn't run any seminars. I didn't charge anybody any money. Colleagues, that year, every bill was paid. You said, I got it, what we have? Oh, funny, brother. All my bills were paid. The following, about 2 years after that, Mrs. Tyson went to a meeting and Honorable Berchel Whiteman was saying that they would love a program like that to be in the school. And many principals were saying they would love it, but they don't have anybody to teach it. Mrs. Tyson stood tall and said, we have somebody to teach. We are doing that program at Arden for how many years? And XYZ, that was how the ministry adopted it. And I went island-wide and sensitized about 700 teachers about it. And my thing was to sensitize them so that they could make money out of it years to come without me even realizing that it was going to be my pension plan. Students, colleagues, I have no regrets having done that. The Lord has been moving in my life. Yeah, the Lord has been moving in my life. The books were written. Yeah, I stopped giving handouts and the books were written and people were using the books and the thing was soaring. And I just want you to know that if your heart is at the right place and God sees that you're pouring into his children 200%, trust me, he will remove every roadblock. He will make you think so you can't manage. He will open your mind and renew you. Yes. He will make your beauty shine. Yes. So lock up your mouth and say, this not one for me. Me too old, me too this. No, he will open the glory of God and he will bless you abundantly and your talents will shine. Yes. But remember Psalm 66 verse 18. If you have up anybody in your heart, and Lord answer a prayer, you need to clean up your heart. And I'm going to leave Jeremiah 33:3 with you. Pray and ask God. And he will show you some great and marvelous things you never know you could ever do. Pray and talk to him. He will show you some things that you'll never know that you could ever do. Blessings, my colleagues. Blessings.
This is Joan Davis Williams at 1:03.
Yes, ma'am.
You have 2 minutes to get out of here. It's not the same thing every morning.
No.
It is seeking to empower more. And a while ago, you spoke to the entire me.
Wow.
And so we thank you so much. The first time I met you, you had your lettuce from abroad. You said you shipped down your barrel and you took out a fresh lettuce.
You're serious?
Yes, but today you didn't bring that lettuce because it's old now. You brought
no, man, my lettuce in the water, my girl.
You brought this silver spoon. You showed us the different dances, shoulder move, flossing, leg of the bird or leg of the eagle, love song with heartbeat, butterfly.
Take out the grudgeful.
We cannot say enough thanks. People are asking for your number because they want to book you for their schools, but you have refreshed us, you have motivated us. We thank you. We know you have to leave, but may God continue to give you strength, the wisdom, the knowledge, and the continued humility. In Jesus' name.
I receive it. And bless you, my colleagues. I pray that God will expand your territory. I just want you to enjoy your life. I am enjoying my life. What people, the whole of the bank never call me. None of them not in your life. But we tell God, say, I sort it out. He's sorting it out. He's sorting it out. But I am happy. Blood pressure is still 120/80. Enough things are going for me, which is wonderful. So even in those things, I give God thanks. So blessings, my colleagues. Blessings on your life.
Blessings.
I'm out of here. Mrs. George Johnson has my number. If they want to, they can talk to Georgie. And she will book me at a cost. Okay.
Yes, she'll
post take care. Bless your heart. Bye-bye.
Dr. Devonish, over to you.
Elaine Williams. So we have gotten stimulated. We then got what?
Educated.
Yes, and then we got motivated. Yes, and I wonder if these people are going to be here for the DJ later.
I want tell them what's happening. Tell them.
Well, let me not jump the gun. Mr. Lawrence, it's your time. You're going to take us into a little trivia and a little fun time, and then I want you also to tell them about the DJ. See, Elaine has on her dark glasses. People, the party is coming. We could not be together, but I'm glad that on consulting, I said to them, let us have something. And we are now going to have a party, even before me, because I was saying I don't want to be at any party, but now I'm all excited and geared up. Over to you, Mr. Lawrence.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dev. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone who are, for all the persons who are currently still online. I know there are a few persons who are experiencing technical difficulties, a few persons who may have had to leave for another meeting or another engagement. Thank you all for being with us thus far. Indeed, it was a good day.
Mr. Lawrence.
Yes.
I wanted also, somebody was asking about the evaluation for the conference. So we're going to put it in the chat, right?
Yes, that will be coming shortly, indeed.
Right.
Right. So we have been STEM elevated today, indeed. We were stimulated by Professor Moore from Mexico, educated by Dr. Andre Gordon from here in Jamaica. And then we have been uplifted and motivated by Mrs. Davis Williams. Thank you everyone for being here. We do have some other additional excitement for you today. Again, some additional prizes and surprises. I hear that, of course, there is a gift certificate here for some US dollars. So definitely you want to stick around. Do not leave. We're going to be sharing the evaluation form in the chat so that persons can proceed to do their evaluation now. And then we're going to be inviting Mrs. Price Francis, as she is going to be entertaining us with some songs from yesteryear, yes, through Jamaica Festival songs from yesteryear, whilst we complete our evaluation forms before we go into the real party and social with DJ E. Willie and DJ, oh, yes, Elaine, we see you. All right.
So Mr. Lawrence, tell us a little bit about DJ Hibbs or DJ Ebele. Is it one in the same or?
No, two DJs. We have.
My goodness, ASTJ has two DJs. Oh my goodness.
And what I'm hearing is that they're going to be taking us from way back to some, present moments, and we're being asked to turn on our cameras, drop some foot, as I know the DJ told us. So make sure that, of course, you have your cameras on, and you never know, there are going to be prizes and surprises. Remember, there is a grand prize of an Amazon gift voucher for persons to win at the end of the day. All right, so stay tuned for all the rest of the excitement. I'm going to post the evaluation right now. All right, so you just make sure that, of course, you complete the evaluation, because additional to completing the evaluation, we will use the data collected from that to do the certificates of participation for all attendees today. So please make sure that, of course, you complete the evaluation. Also, make sure that, of course, you check the name that is typed on the evaluation form, because we don't want any typographic errors. All right. So sending it again, just in case anyone just came in after it was posted. And we want to remind all persons that, of course, if you are not a member of the association, that you proceed to, of course, legitimize your membership with the Association of Science Teachers of Jamaica. And we know that, of course, amidst all the changes that are taking place, being a part of a professional organization, a professional association, is only value added for all our science stakeholders. And all we do—
Lawrence?
Yes.
Sorry to catch you midway, but I don't want to forget. We're looking for workers, don't it?
Oh,
we need help. Oh, Lord, we need help.
Yes.
Yes, because next year we want to do this again, bigger and better.
Bigger
right?
and better. Definitely. And we are definitely exploring the hybrid settings. Of course, we want to make sure that, of course, start budgeting from now, everyone, please.
Yes, we want to see you. We want to meet you face to face. We don't want to be, we have been online, what, 3 years now?
3 years.
And Elaine, we have memorabilia that we want persons to buy. We also have a gala that has not yet arrived, right? And we also have a science costume party that has not yet come. So people, there are so many things that we need to hear your voices for the exec committee. All right, continue, Mr. Lawrence.
All right, so Dr. Devonish preempted, but definitely make sure that, of course, you do sign up for your membership. If you want to definitely purchase your memorabilia, so it's myself, Elaine, we're repping our ASTJ t-shirt. We do have our face mask, our pins, our lanyards. Definitely, you can reach out to any one of us. And then, of course, we can always arrange for you to get those. All right. So,
Mr. Lawrence, in the chat, they're asking, where are you thinking of having the conference? We've had our conferences all over, really, but the last 2 times we had it face-to-face was in Mandeville. But if you wanted to be in Mobay, have your voice, let your voice be heard. We can't go anywhere. Isn't that so, Mr. Lawrence?
That is so true. That is so true indeed. I remember we were saying it's an international conference, so you never know. You never
Yes,
know.
we can go to Puerto Rico. We can go all over, wherever, as long as we can get sponsorship. And we need your support for that.
Yes, and we definitely need your support for that. So definitely sign up for membership because you are the driving factors for this association. We say it's one of the taglines that we use. It's a professional organization of science teachers for science teachers. So if you're even a part of our WhatsApp groups or you're not a part of the WhatsApp groups, definitely you can always reach out to your region chairs, and definitely they can have you liaison with a member of the region so that of course you can be in the know with the things happening with the association. And once you sign up for membership, you get the plethora of different avenues, partnerships that we are part of with I-10, Pueblo Science. You are a part of that. You get iCase. Definitely, all of these are made available to you in being a legitimized member of the association. All right, so fellow members of our conference attendees, it was indeed a day well spent. I'm going to invite Mrs. Price Francis. Are you ready for us? Whilst we are entertained before we move into the final virtual party and social for today.
All right. Are you seeing my screen?
Yes, we are.
Yes, we are.
Great.
Officially, we had to stop the recording based on the fact that we are going to be sharing this recording for the conference online and don't want them to flag or page.
Yes, I realized that also. Thank you.
All right, so definitely
DJ Hibbs in the building.
is here, and I see DJ E Willie. But before we have our DJs that will be taking us, we're closing off the day for us. Dr. Dev, I think remiss of us not to extend a formal vote of thanks to every single person who make this day a success. And so we want to do, before of course we move into the virtual party, we want to first start by thanking our 3 keynote speakers. We had Professor Moro.
Caesar Moro, yes.
We had Dr. Gordon from Technological Solutions Limited, and we have Mrs. Davis Williams, master teacher extraordinaire. Definitely, they made and added an extra flair and extra ingredient that made this STEM Elevation Conference a success. There would be.
And Mr. Lawrence, I'd also want to say that for those of you who today was the first time that you were actually coming to the conference, our conferences over the period of time had taken on different flavors. Right, Mr. Lawrence?
Indeed.
This time it's different. We had to move with the time. So last year, it was longer. We had different activities. We had Pueblo Science. We actually had teachers participating and other country persons coming in. And in the past, we would have met face to face and would have teachers being put in groups and having competitions. And the flavor is just different. And so I hope they can appreciate that this one was different to all of us. And I hope to see them next year.
It's been said in the chat, my first conference, and I fully enjoyed. So we thank all the persons like Ms. Taylor and all the other persons who joined us from across the world. You are the persons whom we cater for as an association, and without you, there would really be no conference because we can't present to ourselves. So to all our valued stakeholders, we want to thank you again for making ASTJ your professional organization of choice and STEM Elevation your conference of choice, despite the fact that person might have felt burnt out and might be feeling the fatigue from this academic year. Thanks again to everyone, the organizing committee, I can call everyone by name. We have myself, we have Mrs. Price Francis, we have Miss Rose, we have Kadia Cunningham, we have Kadia White Gerbaldi, we have Dr. Devonish, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. George Johnson, Mr. Campbell, we have Anne-Marie Golden McLegon, Kareem Baines, all the executive members of the National Association, well, the National Executive of the Association of Science Teachers of Jamaica, who are part of making this initiative a success. Thank you, everyone. And we do hope that, of course, you enjoy the rest of the proceedings as we move on to the virtual party. Over
so
to
go take off your jacket, man. Go take off the jacket.
Oh, yes. All right, take it away, DJ Willie.
Where's my gate prize? Where's my gate prize?
Lawrence, you work that out, right?
Okay. I learned something a while ago from Mrs. Joan